Chapter 128. Invocation of Osiris. Hail to thee, Osiris un Neferu, son of Nut and eldest son of Seb, the great one who proceedeth from Nut, the king in Tyuret. 1. The prince in Amenta, the lord of Abydos, the lord of forces, the most mighty, the lord of the Adif crown in Sutnhunan, the lord of power in Tyuret. 2. The lord of the mansion, most powerful in Tadu, lord of administration. 3. And of many festivals in Tadu. Horus exalteth his father Osiris in every place, associating Isis the Great with her sister Nephthys. Thoth speaketh too with the potent utterances. 4. Which have in himself their origin and proceed from his mouth, and which strengthen the heart of Horus beyond all gods. Equals rise up Horus, son of Isis, and restore thy father Osiris. Equals. Ha Osiris, I am come to thee. I am Horus, and I restore thee unto life upon this day, with the funereal offerings and all good things for Osiris. Rise up then, Osiris. I have stricken down for thee thine enemies, I have delivered thee from them. I am Horus on this fair day, at the beautiful coming forth. 5. Of thy powers, who lifteth thee up with himself on this fair day as thine associate god. 6. Ha Osiris, thou hast come, and with thee thy Ka, which uniteth with thee in thy name of Kahotep. 7. He glorifieth thee in thy name of the glorified, he invoketh thee in thy name of Hekau, he openeth for thee the paths in thy name of Apuet. 8. Ha, Osiris, I am come to thee that I may set thine adversaries beneath thee in every place, and that thou mayest be triumphant in presence of all the gods who are around thee. Ha, Osiris, thou hast received thy scepter, thy pedestal, and the flight of stairs beneath thee. 9. Regulate thou the festivals of the gods, and do thou regulate the oblations to those who reside in their mansions. Grant thou thy greatness to the gods whom thou hast made, great God, and make thine appearance with them as their ensign. 10. Take thou precedence. 11. Over all the gods, and listen to the voice of Mot on this day. Said over the oblations made to the strong one on the festival of Uaka. 12. Notes. The ancient papyri do not contain this chapter. The translation follows the text of the Turin Tatenbuch, occasionally corrected by other papyri of the later period. There is nothing specially interesting in the chapter. The first portion of it is an invocation to Osiris under certain names, as in many other hymns to the god from the time of the Zeith dynasty down to the latest times. The latter portion consists of evocations addressed by Horus to his father. Their prototype is to be found in formulas frequent in the pyramid texts. These were much admired and imitated in the Sawidic and the later periods. One king in Tyuret. Osiris is also called At-Filah. And in the second line of this chapter, he is called in Tyuret, which, if not identical with Abydos, must have been a part of that town or in its immediate neighborhood. 2 is equivalent to the title of Osiris in Pepi I, line 8, and the power is defined as thy power which is upon the glorified. 3 administration, literally things, see note 3 on chapter 18. 4 utterances, see note 2 on chapter 1, and compare Maranra 103 and Pepi Roman 2, 13. 5 coming forth, cf. Letter 3 3 letter 2 C8 1 letter 2 C9 3, letter 1 F00 nu alpha tau epsilon lambda epsilon iota nu, letter 1 F00 nu alpha tau omicron lambda letter 1 F7 4, and the meanings letter 1 F10 xi omicron delta epsilon iota alpha and letter 1 F11 omicron rho tau eta, which on the tablet of Canopus correspond to the Egyptian. The first hour after sunrise was called, so that the beautiful coming forth of thy powers may be a mere technical periphrasis for daybreak. Besides the of Ra in chapter 17, it is well to remember such proper names as, and, with several others. 6 thine associate god, or one of those about thee. See note 2 on chapter 18. M. Chabas in his commentary upon the fine hymn translated by him in the Rev. Arch. 1857, considers it une circonstance bizarre that Osiris is several times included among his Jaju. The bizarrerie is easily explained by parallel expressions known to every Greek scholar. Omicron letter 1 F31 letter 1 F00, mu phi letter 1 F76, pi epsilon iota sigma tau rho alpha tau omicron u in Herodotus means Pisistratus with his troops. And in Thucydides, Omicron letter 1 F31, pi epsilon rho iota, theta rho alpha sigma epsilon beta omicron upsilon lambda omicron u, means Thrasybulus with his soldiers. In the Iliad, 3:146, omicron letter 1f31, letter 1f00, mu phi letter 1f76 pi rho ode alpha mu omicron u, is explained by the scholiast as meaning Priam himself. Tau omicron letter 1f6, tau letter 1f10 sigma tau odin u, letter 1f41 pi rho ode alpha mu omicron sigma. 7. This passage as it stands is the alteration of one of the pyramid texts, Teta, 284, Pepi I, 54. Horus hath brought to pass that his Ka which is in thee should unite with thee in thy name of Ka-Hodop. 8. This whole passage is also taken from the pyramid texts. Its chief value in this place is in evidence of a truth not yet generally acknowledged by Egyptologists, that Apuet, or as written in the pyramid texts, Apuet, is really Osiris. The proofs are numerous and overwhelming. I produced evidence of this identity in the PSBA of June 1, 1886, from an obelisk of the Zeith dynasty now at Olmwick Castle, and in 1891 Brugsch published in his Thesaurus, p. 1420, a tablet, now in the Louvre, of the same period as the obelisk, which also treats Apuet as one of the names of Osiris. But the earliest as well as the most instructive evidence is that of the pyramid texts. The later form of it is thus given on the coffin of Neshu-Tefnut at Vienna, see Bergman, Recueil, Roman 6, p. 165. Horus openeth for thee thy two eyes, that thou mayest see with them in thy name of Apuet. But the pyramids of Teta, L 281, and Pepi, L 131 say, Horus openeth for thee thine eye, that thou mayest see with it in its name Apuet. Each of the eyes of Osiris is Apuet. One of them is the southern, and the other is the northern jackal. These two facing each other form part of the symbolism explained in Note 2 upon chapter 125. The figure of the jackal is wholly insufficient as an argument that Apuet is identical with Anubis. Much better evidence is found in the fact that the name of Anubis is sometimes written over the figure. But the true explanation of this is what might have seemed incredible to some of our older scholars, that Anubis is itself only one of the names of Osiris. The pyramids of Pepi I, line 474 and following, and Pepi Roman II, L 1262 and following give imaginary etymologies of certain names of Osiris which are repeated in the inscriptions of the tomb of Horhodop, published by M. Maspero, Miss. Arch, I 260. One of these names is which is said to be derived from, pass thou over to me. The next is Anpu, which is derived from. The true meaning of is not jackal, but whelp, the fierce young of an animal, not only of jackals or lions, but of men, kings, or gods. Thus Orestes speaks, Orst. 1 of sigma cap upsilon mu nu omicron nu, letter 1f00 nu omicron sigma iod omicron upsilon, pi alpha tau rho omicron sigma. And the chorus of another play talks of the reception of tau letter 1f78, nu letter 1f00 chi iota lambda lambda epsilon iod omicron u, sigma cap upsilon mu nu omicron u, ander. 1170. And Shakespeare speaks of the young whelp of Talbot's raging brood. 9. Pedestal, the stand upon which the images or emblems of the god were carried in procession. The is very frequently supported by it. Flight of stairs, see Note 2 on Chapter 22. 10. Ensign, i.e. insignes, one who bears the distinguishing mark or sign of investiture. See Note 4 on Chapter 78. Osiris is here presented as the Sahu of the gods whom he has called into existence. The hymn of the Bibliothèque Nationale, line 7, calls him. Ch. Numhodop at Beni Hassan says of the king, he distinguished me above all his nobles. That is the order of men bearing the sign of investiture. 11. Take precedence. I take the word in the same sense as where it occurs, without the determinative of sound, in denkum. Roman 3, 29a, in parallelism with. 12. A letter 1e33 in the older texts, as in Pepi I 98. One of the oldest festivals of the Egyptian calendar, kept on the 17th and 18th of the month Thoth. The pyramid text says, Behold, he cometh to thee as Orion. Behold, Osiris cometh as Orion the Lord of wine, Vinasus, full of wine, who cometh on the fair festival of a letter 1e33. A letter 1e33, or is also one of the names given to the Nile. Footnote 140. Cf. The Hymn to Osiris in the Bible. National The Hymn of Tunray Mariette Moan. Div. PL 57, and an inscription copied by Mariette from the Temple of Ptah at Memphis, Moan. Div. PL 28e. There are plenty others of the same kind. Footnote 141. See Mariette Moan. Div. PL 61, where each of the jackals is surmounted with the eye and bears the name Anpu. Footnote 142. The importance of this sign is manifest in the pyramid text, Marinra, 634. En maketh his appearance as king, he hath possession of his and of his throne. Since the above was in print, Naville has published an inscription of Queen Hatshepsut, in which the remarkable expression occurs 3 times. The word written, but also or, and also without any vowel though is understood, has determinatives in Pepi I, 635, and Marinra, 509, which imply the sense of girdle, zone, hence the sense of neighborhood, the men or places round about one. Footnote 143. Does represent what we call the belt of Orion, with its 3 bright stars. Chapter 129 is a repetition of 100 Hapter 100. Chapter 130. A book whereby the soul is made to live forever, on the day of entering into the bark of Ra, and to pass the Sheniu of the Tuet, made on the birthday of Osiris. 1. Opened be the gates of heaven, opened be the gates of earth, opened be the gates of the east, opened be the gates of the west, opened be the gates of the southern and of the northern sanctuaries. Opened be the gates and thrown wide the portals as Ra riseth up from the mount of glory. Open to him be the doors of the sectet boat, thrown open to him be the portals of the Maudit, as he senteth Shu and setteth in motion Tefnut, and those follow who are in the train of the Osiris En, who followeth Ra and taketh possession of his arms of steel. 2. I am coffined in an ark like Horus, to whom his cradle 3 is brought, and secret is the place, hard by his own shrine, which the god openeth to whom he willeth. And so it cometh that I lift up right to the Lord of right, and that I make fast the cord which windeth about the shrine. The Osiris En avoideth the raging storm. The Osiris En is not to be kept away from Ra, not to be repulsed is he. Let not the Osiris En advance into the valley of darkness. Let not the Osiris En enter into the dungeon of the captives. Let him not leap into the grip of fate, let him not fall among those who imprison souls, or come forth among those who would drag him behind the slaughtering block of the armed god. 4. Salutations to you, ye seigent gods. 5. The divine sword 6. Is concealed in the hands of Seb, at daybreak, for he delighteth in drawing to himself both old and young at his own season. And now behold Thoth in the secret of his mysteries. He maketh purifications and endless reckonings, piercing the steel firmament and dissipating the storms around him. And so it cometh that the Osiris En hath reached every station of his. He hath fashioned his staff, and received the oblations of Ra, the swift of speed and beautiful in his rising, and almighty through what he hath done. He putteth an end to his pain and suffering, and the Osiris En putteth an end to his own pain. Yea, he gladdeneth the countenance of Thoth by the worship of Ra and Osiris. The Osiris En entereth the mount of glory of Ra, who hath made his bark and saileth prosperously, lightening up the face of Thoth, that he may listen to Ra and beat down the obstacles in his way, and put an end to his adversaries. Let not the Osiris En be shipwrecked on the great voyage by him whose face is in his own lap. 7. For the name of Ra is upon the Osiris, and his token of honor is on his mouth, which speaketh to him who listeneth to the words of the Osiris En. Glory to thee, O Ra, Lord of the Mount of Glory. Hail to thee, who purifiest the generations yet unborn, and to whom this great quarter of heaven offered homage. The steering keepeth clear from misadventure. Lo, here is Osiris who proclaimeth right, because of the marvel in the west, for he hath put an end to the rage of Apepi, for he is himself the god in lion form among the associate gods and protecteth Ra against Apepi daily, that he may not approach him, and he keepeth watch upon him. Osiris seizeth the scrolls and receiveth the offerings. And Thoth supplieth the Osiris En with that which he shall perform for him. It is granted that the Osiris shall carry Mot at the head of the great bark, and hold up Mot among the associate gods, and that Osiris gain endless triumphs. The Sheniu marshal the Osiris-En, and they procure for the Osiris a voyage amid acclamations. The satellites of Ra make their round, in the train of the exaltation of Mot, who followeth her lord. And glory is given to the inviolate one. The Osiris receiveth the Amsu staff 8, wherewith he goeth round heaven. The unborn generations of men give him glory, as to one who standeth without ever resting. Ra exalteth him by this, that he alloweth the Osiris to disperse the cloud and behold his glories. He maketh firm his rudders that the bark may go round in heaven, and that he may make his appearance in Antu. Thoth is in the center of his eye, Segent in the great bark of Chepera. The Osiris becometh one whose words come to pass. He it is who passeth over heaven unto the west, and the Chabasu gods of light rise up to him with acclamation. They receive the cable of Ra from his rowers, and Ra goeth on his round, and seeth the Osiris who issueth his decrees. 9. The Osiris-En, the victorious, in peace, in peace. Not to be repelled is he, not to be caught by the fire of thy fate. Let not the tempest of thy mouth come forth against him. Let not the Osiris-En advance upon the paths of misfortune. Let him avoid disasters, let them not attain him. The Osiris-En enters into the bark of Ra, he succeedeth to thy throne, he receiveth thine insignia. The Osiris-En inaugurateth the paths of Ra and prayeth, that he may drive off the lock, which cometh out of the flame against thy bark out of the great stream. But the Osiris-En knoweth it, and it attaineth not thy bark. For the Osiris-En is within it, the Osiris-En who maketh the divine offerings. Set over a bark of Ra, colored in pure green. 10. And thou shalt place a picture of the deceased at the prow thereof, and make a sectet boat on the right side of it, and an addit boat on the left side of it. 11. Notes. 1. This title is given to the chapter in the later recensions, and nearly resembles that given in the Berlin papyrus of Nechtuamen of the Zix dynasty. That given in another papyrus of the older period is quite different, chapter whereby the Chu is fortified. Instead of the Sheniu of the Tuat, Ba, the papyrus of Nechtuamen, has the Sheniu of fire, a reading suggested by the circuit of fire, which occurs in the title of another chapter. The Sheniu of this chapter are living personages who attend upon the Osiris and greet him with their acclamations. The word is often translated princes, officers, but it signifies those who are in the circle of a king or god, hence ministrants, courtiers, as in the rubric of chapter 125. The words made on the birthday of Osiris are only found in the later texts, but the old papyrus LC, which has another title, has the words. The important word which is here carelessly omitted is supplied by the rubric. For the birthday of Osiris was the first of the 5 supplementary days, added to the year of 360 days. On this day the chapter was to be recited and the usual oblations offered, see note 11. So we must understand, which is to be made or done. 2 arms of steel. 3 cradle or nest, the nest of reeds, so often represented in pictures of the later periods. 4 the armed god, Septu called, Unas 282, and Septu Abu, armed with horns, that is, rays of light. In pictures he is represented as a hawk armed with bow and arrows, and there is one picture in which he is in the form of Bes, destroyer of the Menti. 5 Segent gods. I am compelled for want of a better word to use the heraldic term, which most nearly expresses the posture of gods sitting on the ground with their knees raised up against their breasts. The posture is a very common one in Egyptian pictures. The second Sallier papyrus represents an unfortunate artisan as sitting, with his 2 knees at the pit of his stomach. The is the limb between the knee and the pelvis. 6 This divine sword. Unseen fate brings down the old, and the young alike to the grave, ever ready to receive them. Seb, the Phi sigma iota zeta omicron sigma, alpha letter 1F36 alpha, is here, as elsewhere, spoken of in reference to his kappa alpha tau omicron chi-eta of the dead in the Tuat, as in Unas 210. 7 Whose face is in his own lap, cf. note 5. 8 The Amsu staff. The name of it is phonetically written in the later texts. It is the emblem both of Osiris and of Horus, and is constantly represented along with bows, arrows, and other weapons in the oldest coffins as belonging to the celestial armory of the deceased person. 9 Who issueth his decrees. See Maspero, Bible Egyptol, Roman 2, p3 note and 39. 10. Green. The Egyptian is probably nearer in meaning to the Greek chi lambda megaro omicron sigma, pale green, yellowish green. 11. The rubric ends here in PB. LC. Adds, they shall offer bread, beer, and all good things on the birthday of Osiris. And if these rites are performed for him, his soul will rise up and live forever. He will not ever die a second time in the divine Netherworld. The later texts add the information that the text was discovered in the great hall of the palace in the time of King Septa, and that it was found in a pit or chamber in the rock. It was made by Horus for his father Osiris and Neferu. Septa is the fifth royal name on the Great Tablet of Abydos. Chapter 131. Chapter whereby one proceedeth into heaven by the side of Ra. 1. O Ra, 2. Who art shining this night, if there be anyone among thy followers, let him present himself living as a follower of Thoth, who causeth Horus to come forth this night. The heart of the Osiris is glad, because he is one at the head of them. His adversaries are brought to a stop by the warriors 3. Of the Osiris N, who is a follower of Ra, and hath taken his arms of steel. He cometh to thee, his father Ra, he followeth Shu and calleth for the crown. He putteth on Hu 4. And is arrayed with the lock which is on the path of Ra, and is his glory. And he arriveth at the aged one, at the confines of the mount of glory, and the crown awaiteth him. The Osiris N raiseth it up. Thy soul is with thee, and strong is thy soul through the terror and the might which belong to thee, O Osiris N, who utterest the decrees which Ra hath spoken in heaven. Hail to thee, great God in the east of heaven, who enterest into the bark of Ra in the form of the divine hawk, and executest the decrees which have been uttered. Thou who strikest with thy scepter from thy bark. The Osiris N entereth into thy bark and saileth peacefully to the fair west, and Tmu saith to him, Art thou coming in? Mehinit is millions upon millions in length from Amur to Tyre 5, an endless river wherein the gods move. 6. Whose path is in the fire, and they travel in the fire who come behind him. Notes. 1. None of the oldest papyri yet known contain this chapter. This of itself is not an argument against its antiquity, and there is really no reason for supposing it to be less ancient than the chapter which precedes it. The latter portion of the text is, however, very corrupt, and we have unfortunately no means as yet of correcting it. 2. O Ra, the name of the god is sometimes omitted in MSS. The context, however, requires its presence. It may nevertheless be asked, how can the sun god be said to be shining in the night? The question might as pertinently be asked, how can Horus, in the very same line, be said to come forth in the night? The answer to both these questions is that the sun, whether as Ra or as Horus or Osiris, shines in the night through the agency of Thoth, the moon. For further information, see notes to next chapter. 3 warriors. I take this group as equals but a papyrus gives the variant. 4. He putteth on Hu. This is certainly obscure, but it is not the less in conformity with the doctrine of the pyramid texts. The deceased, Pepi I 432, Merira 618, is born to a region where he is fed from night till daybreak, and then seizes upon the god Hu. And according to other texts, Yunus 446, Teta 250, the deceased seizes upon Hu, and after Sao has been fastened to his feet enters the bark and seizes upon the Mount of Glory. 5. Mehinit, or in the masculine form, is the name of the mythological serpent, which personifies the subterranean path from west to east of the sun's nightly course. In the Book of Hades, e.g. on the sarcophagus of Seti, Passim, it is represented as extending over the back, top, and front of the shrine in which the sun god is born in his bark. The many folds of the serpent are symbolical of the turnings and windings of the river or canal, over which the god is conveyed. This river is here described as infinite in length. This is one of the instances from which it is clear, like the corresponding Coptic letter 2C9F, letter 2CA9, letter 2C89, letter 2C93, has the meaning of length. See PSBA, Roman 17, 190. The length from west to east is described as from Amur to Tor. Amur is known from many texts to signify the west, see Supra, chapter 64, note 13. The east is known as Ta'ur or Tayurit. The royal ritual at Abydos, Mariette, I-37 says. And as one of the values of the sign is ta as in louver, B14. I feel sure that we should read ta'er, or in the feminine ta'uret, rather than niffer or nifjuret, even in such passages as those quoted supra in chapter 128, notes 1 and 2, which have no necessary references to earthly geography. 6. There is a corrupt passage here, which I have at present no means of correcting by manuscript authority. M. Pirit thus renders it. Le Dieu qui partage les paroles y fate son chemin de millions d'années, c'est nur sans égal, dont le chemin est dans le feu. Chapter 132. Chapter whereby a person is enabled to go round, to visit his dwelling in the Netherworld. I am the lion god who issueth from the bow, 1, and therefore have I shot forth, 2. I am the eye of Horus, and the eye of Horus is opened at the instant that I reach the strand, coming with happy issue. I advance, and lo, there is no defect found in me, and the balance is relieved of my case. 3. Notes. 1. The bow, often written with the determinative of stretching, which is the conception implied in this name of the instrument. This mythological bow, as I explained proxosh. Bible, arch. Romans 6, 131 is the moon's crescent, which during its course through the sky is always turned towards the sun, so that a line at right angles to the chord of the arc passes through the sun's center. From this very delicate observation, as Arago calls it, the Alexandrian astronomer Geminus infers that the moon derives its light from the sun. The observation evidently had been made in Egypt some thousands of years before Geminus, and explains why in several chapters the sun is spoken of as shining in or from the moon. See also Proc. Soch, Bible, Arch, Romans 17:37 on another form of the myth. 2. I follow the Turin text in omitting a word about which the earlier texts are not agreed, but which seems to have originated in an alternate reading for. 3. See end of chapter 1 and note. These words are omitted in Turin text. Chapter 133. Book whereby the deceased acquireth might 1. In the Netherworld, in presence of the great cycle of the gods, said on the first day of the month. 2. Ra maketh his appearance at the Mount of Glory, with the cycle of gods about him. The strong one issueth from his hidden abode. The twinklers 3. Fall away from the Mount of Glory at the east of heaven, at the voice of Nut as she buildeth up the paths of Ra, before the Ancient One who goeth round. Be thou lift up, O Ra who art in thine shrine, breathe thou the breezes, inhale the north wind. 4. On the day when thou discernest the land of Mot. Thou dividest them that follow. The bark advanceth, and the Ancient Ones step onwards at thy voice. Reckon thou thy bones, and set thy limbs, and turn thy face towards the beautiful Amenta. For thou art the golden form. 5. With a couch of the heavenly orbs, with the twinklers amongst whom thou goest round, and art renewed daily. Acclamation cometh from the Mount of Glory, and greeting from the lines of measurement. 6. The gods who are in heaven, they see the Osiris and they present to him their adorations as to Ra. He is the Great One, who seeketh the crown and reckoneth up that which is needful. He is the one who cometh forth this day from the primeval womb of them who were before Ra, and his coming forth taketh place upon earth and in the Netherworld. His coming forth is like Ra daily. Without haste but unresting is the Osiris En on this land of eternity. Twice blessed is he that seeth with his eyes and heareth with his ears. Right is the Osiris En, and his future, 7, is in Anu. His oars are lifted, as in the service of Nu. The Osiris En hath not told what he hath seen. He hath not repeated what he hath heard in the house of the god who hideth his face. There are hailing and cries of welcome to the Osiris En, the divine body of Ra, on traversing the Nu, and whilst the Ka of the god is being propitiated, according to his pleasure. The Osiris En is the hawk, rich in variety of forms. The deceased acquireth might with Ra, and is enabled to possess power among the gods, for the gods are made to regard him as one of themselves, and when the dead ones see him, they fall upon their faces. He is seen in the Netherworld even as the beams of Ra. Set over a boat of 4 cubits in length, painted green, and let a starry sky be made, clean and purified with natron and incense. And see thou make an image of Ra upon a tablet of light green color at the prow of the boat. And see thou make an image of the deceased whom thou lovest, that he may be made strong in this boat, and that his voyage be made in the bark of Ra, and that Ra himself may look upon him. Do not do this for anyone except for thine own self, thy father and thy son. And let them be exceedingly cautious for themselves. The deceased acquireth might with Ra, and made to possess power among the gods, who regard him as one of themselves, and when men or the dead see him, they fall upon their faces. He is seen in the Netherworld as the image of Ra. 8. Notes. The earliest known text of this chapter is that of the tomb of Amenemhate at Thebes, Ptah, of the time of Thotham's Roman III. It is almost as inaccurate as that of Nebseni, or the Brocklehurst Acts. Nor is the text of Ani of any use towards clearing up any of the difficulties. One acquireth might does not signify wise, nor has it anything to do with instruction or perfection, as supposed by other translators. As an adjective, it is used to qualify not only animate but inanimate things, such as an egg, beer, and incense. The well-known expressions, and exactly correspond to the Hebrew Ta'in, Hebrew Dalate, Hebrew Mem, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Dalate, and Hebrew Mem, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Dalate, Hebrew Mem, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Dalate. The notion implied, as in the Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Dalate, is that of strength. In the Pris Papyrus is not a wise man, but a powerful one, a man of rank or influence, delta upsilon u alpha mu epsilon u omicron sigma, delta upsilon u alpha tau omicron sigma. This is the meaning of the word in such passages as Rauge, Insker, Hirer, 80, Insker, of Una repeatedly, Pap. Pris 17, 1. These expressions are the exact equivalents of the Greek delta upsilon u alpha mu epsilon u omicron sigma, pi alpha rho alpha, tau letter 1 ff7 beta alpha sigma iota lambda letter 1 fc6 iota, hero dot. 7, 5. The might acquired by the deceased is stated in the final rubric, and in all the titles of the chapter in the later recensions to be, with reference to Ra. 2 said on the first day of the month. These words first appear on the papyrus of Ani. 3 the Twinklers. The oldest texts in this place have, though the equivalent and corresponding word a little further on is, which is the usual reading here in the later recensions. The same meaning may be made out of both groups. The stars are manifestly alluded to, as being made to disappear when the sun makes his appearance, or in reduplicated form is the pupil of the eye, is to ogle far elaciata. On the other hand signifies the little tremblers, tremulo fulgor macantes. The glance of the eye is. The stars are here considered as so many eyes, characterized by their tremulous motion. 4. The true text is here quite lost. Some sense might be restored, if we might read instead of. The latter word is absolute nonsense in this place, whatever determinative it may have, but the former is the well-known name of a tree held sacred at various places in Egypt. The whole passage then might mean, enjoy the north wind, and may the kabasu trees of thine abode refresh thee. 5. The golden form. The whole of this passage will become clear after reading the final rubric and examining the vignettes of the chapter. 6. Line of measurement. An explanation of this will be found in the pictures and text of the Book of Hades. In Benomi's sarcoph, plates Romans 7 in the act of acclamation, and 12 others carry the line. The use intended for the line is stated in the text. The bearers of the line are those who settle the fields of the Chu. They are called upon to take their line and to fix the letter 2CA5, letter 2C89, letter 2C91, letter 2C93, letter 2C9F, letter 3E9, letter 2C93, letter 1F04 rho omicron upsilon rho alpha, the arable land of each allotment. Ra expresses his satisfaction at the measurement, and tells the gods and the Chu that their domains are theirs, and that he provides their food. 7. His future. 8. The rubric is taken from Acts. Footnote 144. The Egyptian word signifying tremble is written either with or with. Chapter 134. Chapter whereby the deceased acquireth might. Hail to thee who art in the midst of thine ark, O rising sun who risest, and declining one. One who declinest, at whose will millions spring forth, as he turneth his face to the unborn generations of men, Chepera in the middle of his bark, who overthroweth Apepi. Here are the children of Seb, who overthrow the adversaries of Osiris, and destroy them from the bark of Ra. Horus cutteth off their heads in heaven, when in the forms of winged fowl, Their hinder parts on earth when in the forms of quadrupeds, or in the water, as fishes. All fiends, male or female, the Osiris-En destroyeth them, whether descending from heaven or coming forth upon the earth, or issuing out of the water or traveling along with the stars. Thoth slaughtereth them, the son of the rock, proceeding from the place of the two rocks. 2. The Osiris-En is dumb and deaf. 3. For the strong one is Ra, the puissant of stroke, the almighty one, who washeth in their blood and walloweth in their gore. The Osiris-En destroyeth them, from the bark of his father Ra. The Osiris-En is Horus. His mother Isis bringeth him forth, and Nephthys nursed him, as they did to Horus, who repelleth the dark ones of Sudu, who, when they see the crown fixed upon his brow, fall upon their faces. Osiris Unneferu is triumphant over his adversaries in heaven and on earth, and in the cycle of each god and goddess. Set over a hawk in a boat, with the white crown upon its head, and the figure of Tmu, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Sudu. 4. Nephthys, painted yellowish-green on a fresh papyrus placed in this boat, together with the figure of the deceased, anointed with the Heknu oil. Let there be offered to them incense burning and roast fowl. It is the adoration of Ra and his voyage, for it is granted to him to make his appearance each day with Ra, whithersoever he journeyeth. And it is the slaughter of the adversaries of Ra, positively and undeviatingly for times infinite. Notes. 1. Declining. This word frequently occurs in contrast with. I understand the latter in all such cases to signify the shining of the sun on his rising, and the former to signify the shining of the sun in his afternoon course. 2. The son of the rock, proceeding from the place of the two rocks. The only explanation I can think of is derived from the identification, in chapter 62, of Thoth with the Nile. From this point of view, the god is both the son of the rock and issues from the place of the double rock, or of the two rocks, called in the time of Herodotus Crophi and Maphi. 3. Dumb and deaf. It is strange that this meaning of the passage has so long been misunderstood. The sense of the first word has long been recognized, and deaf is the meaning rightly assigned to in Birch's dictionary. One instance, like the following from Yunus 608, is sufficient to settle the question. He is not so deaf that he should not hear thy voice. That the subject of these attributes is the Osiris is seen by reference to at, where instead of the Osiris, the deceased speaks in the first person, I am dumb, I am deaf. 4. Sudu. This divine name occurs in the text of Amenhotep in the reign of Thothmes Roman III, and I have noted another instance where the name is written. Dr. Birch called the papyrus Miss Brocklehurst's. It cannot, however, be the Acts of M. Naville, which does not contain the chapter. The disappearance of the god's name from all other documents is a fatal argument against their claims to high antiquity. Chapter 135. Another chapter recited, when the moon renews itself on the first day of the month. Osiris is enveloped in storm and rain, he is enveloped, but the fair Horus lendeth succor daily, the Lord of high attributes. 1. He driveth off the storm from the face of the Osiris-En. Behold him coming, he is Ra on his journey. He is the four gods who are over the upper region. The Osiris-En arriveth at his own time, and by means of his lines is brought to the light of day. If this chapter be known, he becometh a chew of might in the Netherworld. He dieth not a second time in the Netherworld, but he eateth by the side of Osiris. If it be known upon earth, he will become like Thoth, so as to be worshipped by the living. He will not fall a victim to a king's wrath, 2, or to the fierce heat of Basit, but will be made to advance to a most blissful old age. Notes. This chapter is not found in the papyri of the older period. 1. The words offerings of, or to, the moment have the appearance of an interpolated rubrical direction. See next note. 2. A king's wrath, in the cases of gods and men, is an impulse which cannot be stopped, but carries everything before it. Chapter CXXX via. Chapter whereby one is conveyed in the bark of Ra. Lo the light one, which riseth up in Cherubah, 2. He is born, he of the strong cord, 3. His cable, 4, is at an end, and his rudder, 5, hath been taken in hand. I poise the divine machinery, 6, by which I raise up the bark to the cord above head, by means of which I come forth into heaven and am conveyed to Nut. I am conveyed by it along with Ra. I am conveyed by it like the calf. 7. I stop the path at the Uarid of Nut, at the staircase where Seb and Nut bewail their hearts. Chapter CXXX Vib. Chapter whereby one is conveyed in the great bark of Ra to pass through the orbit of flame. O bright flame which art behind Ra, and dividest his crown, the bark of Ra feareth the storm. Ye are bright and ye are exalted. I come daily with Sekhe 8, from his exalted station, so that I may witness the process of the Mot 9, and the lion forms 10, which belong to them, so that I may see them there. We are rejoicing, their great ones are in jubilation, and their smaller ones in bliss. I make my way at the prow of the bark of Ra, which lifteth me up like his disk. I shine like the glorious ones, whom he hath enriched with his wealth, holding fast like a lord of Mot. Here is the cycle of the gods, and the kite of Osiris. Grant ye that his father, the lord of them, may judge in his behalf. And so I poise for him the balance, which is Mot, and I raise it to Tefnut that he may live. Come, come, for the Father is uttering the judgment of Mot. O thou who callest out at thine evening hours, grant that I may come and bring to him the 2 jaws of Restau, and that I may bring to him the books which are in the Anu, and add up for him his hosts. And so I have repulsed Apepi, and healed the wounds he made. Let me make my way through the midst of you. I am the great one among the gods, coming in the 2 barks of the Lord of Sau, the figure of the great Saluter, who hath made the flame. Let the fathers and their apes make way for me, that I may enter the mount of glory, and pass through where the great ones are. I see who is there in his bark, and I pass through the orbit of flame which is behind the Lord of the sidelock, over the serpents. Let me pass, I am the powerful one, the Lord of the powerful. I am the Sahu, the Lord of Mot, the creator of every dawn. 11. Place me among the followers of Ra. Place me as one who goeth round in the garden of peace of Ra. I am a god greater than thou art. Let me be numbered, in presence of the divine cycle, when the offerings are presented to me. Notes. The 2 chapters which are numbered by M. Naville as 136a and 136b are represented in the later recensions by a single chapter, which has been made out of them. There is very much obscurity in the ancient texts, though the MSS containing them are numerous, and the more recent versions are quite as difficult to understand. We must be satisfied for the present by a strict literal and grammatical translation, wherever this amount of success is attainable. The Royal Sarcophagus 32 of the British Museum gives the latest form of 136a. One light, a common noun signifying lamp, but the determinative here shows that a heavenly body is meant. The sun is here spoken of exactly in the same poetical way as when Antigone, 879, speaks of tau omicron delta epsilon lambda alpha mu pi alpha delta omicron sigma, letter 1F31, epsilon rho letter 1F78, nu letter 1F44 mu mu alpha, or Virgil of the Phobia Lampus. 2. The later recension speaks of the lamp in Anu and the Hammemet in Cheraba. This reading is already found in a few of the Theban texts. The Royal Sarcophagus 32 of the British Museum gives the important variant, whence it follows that is phonetically equals. The latter sign has only 2 known values, a letter 1E25, a and a ba. That the latter is the true equivalent of is certain, in consequence of the complementary vowels, which commonly accompany that sign, whether in the word signifying battle or in the name of a place. It is impossible that a should be the right reading, and no one has a right to convert into a simple. The well-known word, strike, takes the prothetic, and is found under the form, in the name of one of the hours of the night. No fresh information is derived from the discovery by M. Darcy of the same word under the form, that is, as it should be corrected if cited. To strike and to fight are different words, though they may often be used synonymously, and admit of being substituted one for the other. 3. He of the strong chord. This is grammatically the subject of the verb is born, and I consider it as a compound expression in which the adjective precedes the substantive, as in longomanus. I understand as equals see Zeich, 1868, p. 70 and 1870, p. 154, 155. In the later recessions, e.g., Tot, 136 and bm. 32, it is omitted in this place, but not in the passage which follows. For his cable, see Bonomi, Sark, 8d and cf. A passage in the pyramid texts, Pepi I 413, Marinra 590, which refers to this or a similar voyage. M. Maspero thus translates it. Fais amener a Pepi ta barkser laquelle naviguant tespers, et quan 2 horas recu ta libation do fraichser, set quistes indestructibles, the uarid of the circumpolar stars. Fais naviguer Pepi dan set bark avec si cable de taf, verdet blanche par lequel eloel de hor est remorque, and see the uarit, or leg, on which CCH. 74, Note 1, of nut is mentioned at the end of this chapter. 5. Rudder, or 6. Machinery. The word has disappeared from the later texts and been replaced by various conjectural emendations of the scribes. 7. The calf, one of the divinities in form of apes. Etymologically, the word signifies the hot one. 8. Se letter 1e33 letter 1e25 ra is the more common reading, but also occurs and so does. I cannot remember where I found PSBA Roman 6, 191, which would identify this divinity with Thoth. 9. The mot, the series of phenomena occurring in strict conformity with law, that is, with the laws of nature. 10. Lion forms, phonetically, in most of the papyri. Some of the words which follow are evidently in very corrupt condition. 11. Every dawn. Footnote 145. Zik. Footnote 146. To press the identity of, and in the name of this hour, is to forget that its variance would equally prove that equals equals. Footnote 147. See PSBA, Roman 9, p. 313, and 2 previous articles of mine there referred to. The corrections I have to make are the following. I wrongly assumed that the fish which in hieratic papyri crosses the foot of the sign in the variance of was the same fish as we find in the group equals equals. The fishes are different. On referring to M. Naville's Festival Hall of Osorkon Roman 2, pl. 18, pictures will be found of the and the. The first of these is clearly the fish in letter 1e25 emru, and the corresponding sign in the variant is to be read letter 1e25 em, in harmony with the other evidence produced by W. Max Muller, Recueil, Volume Roman 9. The picture of it does not enable one to determine its species. The pictures at Bubastes of the seem to indicate the synodontes, but a picture found by Petri, Medum, pl. 12, shows an immense fish which has been identified with the lattice or Perca nilotica. This being of the acanthopterygian family is of course a very formidable warrior, like our own small perch, which, as Mr. Ward says, does not yield its life without endangering the person of its captor, for the formidable rows of spinous rays belonging to the first dorsal fin have wounded the hands of many an incautious angler. Chapter CXXX Via. Chapter whereby a light is kindled one, for a person. O light, let the light be kindled for thy ka, O Osiris Centimenta. Let the light be kindled for the night which followeth the day, the eye of Horus which riseth at thy temple, 2, which riseth up 3. Over thee and which gathereth upon thy brow, which granteth thee its protection and overthroweth thine enemies. Undefiledly, bis, and successfully, bis. The light is kindled for Osiris on Nefer, with fresh vases and raiment like the dawn. Chapter CXXX Viab. Chapter whereby a light is kindled for a person. The eye of Horus cometh, the light one, the eye of Horus cometh, the glorious one. Come thou, propitiously, shining like Ra from the Mount of Glory, and putting an end to the opposition 4, of Sudu. The prescription 5, of her 6, who hath raised him up and seized upon the light for him, and who putteth an end to the troubles against thee, like the Mount of Glory. Notes. The 2 most ancient authorities for this chapter, as it is found in the Turin Tatenbuch and the late Recension, are one of the 4 tablets of the Museum of Marseille, published by M. Naville, Les Quatre Styles Orientés du Musée de Marseille, and the Berlin Papyrus of Nechtwomen. The chapter which M. Naville has published as 137a in the first volume of his own Tatenbuch, and which is taken from the Papyrus of Nebseni, is manifestly, I think, not the original text, but another edition very considerably revised and enlarged, and in imitation of the rubric of ch. 64, it concludes with a veracious statement that it was discovered by Prince Hortatif in a secret chest in the Temple of Unnut and was brought away by the royal carriages. These texts are found among the texts preserved in the tomb of Ptolemaic, see Zeicher. 1883, Taff. 1, but with various additions, and have been appropriated by the Ritual of Ammon, published by Dr. O. von Lem. The solemn ceremony of kindling the light for the dead is repeatedly mentioned in the Siut inscriptions of Hapatefi. One kindle conveys the same notion as in the title of 137b. The Ammon ritual has strike a light. Dr. von Lem thinks that by a play of words it is implied not only that a light but sut is struck. 2 at thy temple Ba and Marseille, in Abydos, Aa and Pedim Nemept. 3 riseth up Ba Marseille, Aa Pedim Nemept. 4 opposition, where is equals as in the Salier calendar. The sense is made clear in the parallel passages. If not an error of recent transcribers, is a wrong reading for, which is very distinctly written in the Nebseni papyrus. 5 prescription. 6 her. The vignette in the Nebseni papyrus exhibits the goddess Apit in hippopotamus form, lighting the light. Over her are the words, Apit, mistress of divine protections. Chapter 138. Chapter whereby one is enabled to enter into Abydos. O all ye gods who are in Abydos, one divine circle likewise in its entirety, who are coming with acclamation to meet me, let me see my father Osiris. Let me be held as one who cometh forth as of his house. 2. I am Horus, the lord of Kamet and the heir of Tesherit. 3. Which I have also seized. I, the invincible one, whose eye is potent against his adversaries, who avengeth his father and is fierce at the drowning of his mother. 4. Who smiteth his adversaries and putteth an end to violence on their part. 5. O thou of the potent lock, king of hosts, who art seized of the 2 worlds, whose father's house is seized. 6. In virtue of the writs. 7. My balance is perfectly even, my voice is law, and I prevail over all mine adversaries. 8. Notes. 1. These words are necessary for the purpose of bringing out the meaning of the text. Every god, it has already been said, has his circle of associates. The feminine suffix after shows the concordance with, which, like other collective nouns, is of the feminine gender. 2. The exact text here is doubtful, and the sense of depends upon it. Or is the well-known title of a priestly official whose presence was required in the ritual of the dead. He is sometimes in attendance upon royal personages. Here, according to its etymological sense, the word might simply mean a relative. 3. Kamet, the black land, is Egypt. Tesherit, the red land, is whatever lies beyond the limits of Egypt. 4. The drowning of his mother. Drowning may be too strong a word, but immersion at least is meant. We are at present without any other reference to this incident in the career of the goddess Isis. 5. Here occurs a word, or of doubtful meaning. As the next word to it begins a sentence, it must be considered as connected with the words preceding it. I am not satisfied that silently or causing silence would be a grammatical solution of the question. 6. Seized, throughout this chapter, in the juridical sense of seisin or feudal possession. 7. Writs, a reading of 3 early papyri which has disappeared in the later ones. The Turin Tottenbuch has, with his 2 hands. 8. Here the chapter ends in pi, and even sooner in the later texts. The 3 older papyri differ as to the words which immediately follow, and are certainly corrupt and unintelligible. Chapter 139. Identical with Chapter 123. This completes Sir P. Lepage Renouf's translation of the Book of the Dead, so far as he had prepared it for publication at the time of his death. Book of the Dead, by Edouard Naville DCL and C&C. Introductory Note. During the last days of his life, the lamented Sir Peter Lepage Renouf, foreseeing that he would not be able to reach the goal he had been striving to attain, the completion of his translation of the Book of the Dead, expressed the wish that the writer of these lines should continue and complete his work. I did not feel at liberty to go against the desire of the eminent master, who had done me the honor to choose me as his successor, and to leave unfinished a work which he had kept in view all his life long, and which he considered to be the choicest fruit of his Egyptological researches. But I had hardly set myself to the task when I realized the difficulties which were in my way. It is never easy, even for a translator, to put himself into the place of another, to enter fully into his views, to reconstitute the conception he had formed of the book he had to interpret. To these difficulties must be added that I had hardly any help with regard to that part of the book which Renouf has not published himself. Renouf, like many eminent scholars, had his learning chiefly in his head. His notes are very scanty, mere scraps without any methodical order. There is not a line of written translation left, beyond what he printed himself. Thus, for the translation of the following chapters, I was entirely dependent on the part already published, and I had constantly to refer to those chapters, in order to know the sense which Renouf would have given to words and sentences I came across in the course of my work. I endeavored as much as I could to translate as Renouf would have done. Whenever it was possible, I used his words or his readings, though I did not always agree with them. I followed his choice of texts. He generally took the oldest one he had, which he frequently found in my edition. On the whole, I tried to continue the work on the lines which Renouf himself adopted. Thus, it cannot be said absolutely that this translation is my work. Egyptological scholars will soon recognize what is mine, and the interpretations for which I am not responsible. I beg the reader to look at my work in this light, and to remember that at present any translation of the Book of the Dead is tentative and provisional, and liable, with the progress in our knowledge of Egyptian, to undergo considerable changes. Nevertheless, I hope that this joint work will not compare too unfavorably with the part done by my illustrious predecessor. Edouard Naville. Chapter 140. The book read on the last day of Mechir, when the eye is full on the last day of Mechir. There rises a form which shines on the horizon. Atmu rises pouring out his dew, and the bright one who shines in the sky. The abode of the obelisk is in joy because of them, because they are complete. There are shouts of joy in the sanctuary, and loud cheering fills the Tuet. They fall down before Atmu Harmaches, for his majesty gave orders to the cycle of his followers. His majesty ordered to give praise to the eye, and behold, my flesh he gave its strength, and all my limbs are renewed, as soon as the order came out of the mouth of Ra. His glorious eye rests on its place on his majesty in this hour of the night. When the fourth hour is accomplished, the world is joyous in the last day of Mechir, for the majesty of the eye is in the presence of the cycle of the gods, and his majesty rises as from the beginning, with the eye on his head as Ra Atmu. The one, eyes of Shu, Seb, Osiris, Sudi, Horus, Menthu, Ta, Rain, Thoth, Chatti, Nai, Eternity, Necht, Mert, the land, he who is born by himself. After the computation of the eye has been made in the presence of this god, and when it is full and completed, all these gods are joyous on that day, they who were silent. 2. And behold, there is a festival made to every god, and they say, Hail to thee, praise from Ra, the boatman tow his boat, Apepi is struck down. Hail to thee, praise from Ra, who causes the form of Chepera to exist. Hail to thee, praise from Ra, there is joy in him, his enemies are conquered. Hail to thee, praise from Ra, who has repelled the chiefs of the sons of the rebellion. Acclamation to thee, and praise to Osiris N. Set on an eye of pure lapis lazuli or mac stone, ornamented with gold. An offering is made before it of all things good and holy, when Ra puts it on his head on the last day of Mechir. Another one is made of jasper, which a man will put on any of his limbs he likes. When this chapter is read by one who is in the boat of Ra, he is towed like the gods, he is like one of them, and he prescribes what is done to him in the Netherworld. When this chapter has been read to its end, this is the copy of the order of offerings made when the eye is full. 4 burning altars for Ra, 4 for the eye, and 4 for these gods. What there is on each of them is 5 good pointed white loaves, 5 pointed fruit cakes, 5 baskets of pastry, 1 measure of incense, 1 of fruit, and 1 of roast meat. Notes: the ancient papyri do not contain this chapter. The translation is made from the Turin Totenbuch, supplemented and corrected from hieratic papyri in Paris. Its real meaning is difficult to understand. It seems that under symbolical expressions it refers to an astronomical phenomenon, the renewal of the sun after the winter solstice. According to the principle which I have adopted to maintain my predecessor's interpretations, I translated "the eye is full," cf. Notes on ch. 125, p. 214. But as it seems evident that here the two eyes of the sun are the two periods of his apparent course, the decrease and the growth, I should translate, the period is accomplished. This period being that of the decrease after which the sun enters its ascending course, or according to Egyptian ideas begins again to grow. It is natural that the completing of the period should be hailed with joy by Ra, since it is the final victory over his enemies, which sets him free and allows him to rise again as at the beginning. The sign of his triumph is that he puts thee on his head, as we see in the vignette. Why this list of gods comes here, it is difficult to understand. It seems quite out of place. Their number varies according to the papyri. In some of them, they are put after the text in vertical columns. I presume they are the divinities often alluded to as these gods. They are the witnesses of the scene of Ra rising with the eye on his head. 2. I have adopted the reading of the Paris Papyrus, Roman 3:58. The vignettes consist, in the Turin Papyrus, of the deceased worshipping a black Anubis lying down on a naos and having on his back the sign. This god is the first mentioned. Behind him are a human form with the eye on its head, and harmatches. Several papyri have only the eye and harmatches. Chapters CXLI to CXLI. The book 1, said by a man or his father or his son in the festival of the Amenta, and wherewith he acquires might too, with Ra and with the gods when he is with them. Said on the day of the new moon, when offerings are made of bread, beer, oxen, geese, and burnt incense to Osiris Centimenta, Nu Mot, the boat of Ra Tmu, the cycle of the great gods, the cycle of the small gods Horus, the lord of the double diadem, Shu Tefnut, Seb Nut Isis Nephthys, the house of the Ka of the inviolate god. 3. The storm of the sky which raises the god, the hidden one in her dwelling, Chep, the mummified form of the god, the greatly beloved with red hair, the abundant in life, the veiled one, her whose name is powerful in her works, the bull of the cows, the divine force, the good one, the good rudder of the northern sky, him who goes round and piloteth the double earth, the good rudder of the western sky, the shining one, who dwelleth in the house of the devouring monster, the good rudder of the eastern sky. The inner one in the house of the red ones, the good rudder of the southern sky, Imsta, happy, Tuamadef, Kebesenuf, the southern part of heaven, the northern part of heaven, the sectit boat, the addit boat, Thoth, the gods of the south, the gods of the north, the gods of the west, the gods of the east, the seigent gods. 4. The resting gods, the great house, the house of flame, the gods of the abodes, the gods of the horizon, the gods of the field, the gods of the houses. 5. The gods of the thrones, the ways of the south, the ways of the north, the ways of the west, the ways of the east, the halls of the Tuat, the holds of the Tuat, the mysterious doors, the doorkeepers of the halls of the Tuat, those with hidden faces, the guards of the roads, the guardians of those who are lamenting, the guardians of those whose faces are joyous. 6. The burning ones who put the flame on the altar, the door openers who extinguish the flames in the Amenta, Osiris and Neferu. 7. Osiris the living, Osiris the lord of life, Osiris the inviolate god, Osiris in Cow, Osiris Orion, Osiris Sep, Osiris in Tanit, Osiris in the south, Osiris in the north, Osiris creator of millions of men, Osiris the spirit in the crouching figure. Osiris Ta lord of life, Osiris in Restau, Osiris inside the mountain, Osiris in the water of Heliopolis, Osiris in Hesert, Osiris in Siut, Osiris in Nedeft, Osiris in the south, Osiris in Pu, Osiris in Neteru, Osiris in lower size, Osiris in Back, Osiris in sun seen, Osiris in Rohenan, Osiris in Aper, Osiris in Kephanu, Osiris Sakaris in Petch, Osiris in his city, Osiris in Pesekro, Osiris in his abodes in the land of the north, Osiris in heaven, Osiris in his abodes in Restau. Osiris in Nest, Osiris in Aetfer, Osiris Sakaris, Osiris the lord of eternity, Osiris the begetter, Osiris the lord of Heliopolis, Osiris in the monstrance, Osiris the lord of eternity, Osiris the prince, Osiris of the gate of judgment, Osiris in Restau, Osiris on his sand, Osiris in the hall of the cows, Osiris in Tanit, Osiris in Netit, Osiris in Seti, Osiris in Beteshu, Osiris in upper size, Osiris in Tepu, Osiris in Shenu, Osiris in Henkit, Osiris in the land of Sakaris, Osiris in Shau. Osiris in For, Osiris in Madi, Osiris in Hina, Osiris the great god, the everlasting. Notes. The old texts which we follow here join in one chapter, 141, what in the Turin Tatenbuch is divided into two, 141, 142, 143 being merely the vignettes which accompany them. This chapter is the first of a series in which the deceased has to show his knowledge. His being well informed as to the names of the gods and of their sanctuaries, and also of the doors through which he passes, the halls which he enters, confers upon him certain privileges. Here the deceased has to recite the names of the gods while offerings are made to them. The second part of the chapter refers only to Osiris in all his forms, and in his numerous sanctuaries, which have not all been identified. The old versions differ only slightly in length, from one or two of the gods being omitted. The translation follows mainly the Cairo papyrus, CC, with a few variants taken from other papyri, one of the best of which is the Papyrus New of the British Museum, ed. Budge. 1. The title of the later texts is much longer. The book wherewith the Chu acquire might, knowing the names of the gods of the southern sky, and of the northern sky, of the gods of the bounds, of the gods who are the guides in the Tuet. If it is said by a man, to his father or to his mother, in the festival of the Amenta, he acquires might with Ra, and with the gods when he is with them. Spoken on the day of the new moon by Osiris, and when offerings are made to him of. Etc., and offerings are made to Osiris under all his names, by Osiris n. 2 see note 1 to ch. 133. I cannot quite agree with Renouf as to the meaning of the word. It seems to me that its sense is not so much that of making someone mighty, as of distinguishing him, making him eminent in the opinion of his god or his master, so that he may become his lord's favorite. I consider the meaning of as similar to that of. 3. The following names are those of the 7 celestial cows, which are represented with the bull in chapter 148, together with the rudders of the 4 cardinal points. 4 CCH, 130 note 5. 5. Pertiu, adjective form of the noun, a house, the gods of the houses, contrasted with those of the fields. This word shows that in the complete spelling of the word, the has not fallen off, as it probably was the case in the pronunciation, and in composite names such as letter FB44 Hebrewi Hebrew Tav Hebrewa Hebrew Mame, letter FB44 Hebrewi Hebrew Yod Hebrew Makaf, letter FB31 Hebrewe Hebrew Samic Hebrewe Hebrew Tav. 6. I read here according to LD, instead of LC, rites and new, which does not give any sense, might here be translated companions. 7. In the Turin Tatenbuch, ch. 142 begins here with this title, chapter whereby the deceased acquireth might, whereby is given him to go and to widen his steps, coming forth by day in all the forms he likes, knowing the names of Osiris in all the places he likes to be. Chapter 144. The chapter of the arrival 1. The first gate. He whose face is overturned, who has many attributes, is the name of the occupant of the first gate. The adjuster is the name of the warden thereof, and he with the loud voice the name of the herald. The second gate. He who raises his face is the name of the occupant of the second gate, he with the revolving face, too. Is the name of the warden thereof, the consuming one is the name of the herald. The third gate. He who eats his own filth is the name of the occupant. The watchful is the name of the warden thereof, the cursor is the name of the herald. The fourth gate. He who opposes garrulity is the name of the occupant of the fourth gate. The attentive one is the name of the warden thereof. The great one who drives back the crocodile is the name of the herald. The fifth gate. He who lives on worms is the name of its occupant, the consuming flame is the name of the warden thereof, the horn which strikes the furious is the name of the herald. The sixth gate. He who makes the loaves with a thundering voice is the name of its occupant. He who shows his face is the name of the warden thereof, the stone knife which belongs to the sky is the name of the herald. The seventh gate. He who takes possession 3 of their knives is the name of the occupant of the seventh gate. The high voice is the name of the warden thereof, he who drives back the enemies is the name of the herald. O ye, these gates who are the gates to Osiris, ye who guard their gates, ye who herald the things of the world to Osiris every day. Osiris N knows you, he knows your names, for he is born in Restau where all the glory of the horizon was given him. N receives the investiture in Pu, like the purification of Osiris. N receives the saying 4. In Restau, when he leads the gods on the horizon with the ministrant, the protectors of Osiris. I am one of them in their leading. N is the glorious one, the Lord of the glorious, a glorious one who performs the rites. N celebrates the festival of the first day of the month. He is the herald in the 15th day of the month. O thou who revolvest. N carries the sacred flame to the hand of Thoth in the night when he sails through the sky as victor. N passes on in peace, he navigates in the boat of Ra. The attributes, 5. Of N are the attributes of the boat of Ra. N has a name greater than yours, mightier than you who are on the roads of Mot. N hates what is corrupt. The attributes of N are the attributes of Horus, the firstborn of Ra, who accomplishes his will. N is not fettered, he is not driven away from the gates of Osiris. N is perfect, the lion god, the pure one who follows Osiris Kentamenta every day. His domains are in Sechet Hopu among those who know the sacred rites, among those who perform the sacred rites to Osiris. N is on the side of Thoth, among those who bring offerings. Anubis ordered to the bearers of offerings that there should be offerings to N, of his own, and that they should not be taken from him by those who are in captivity. N has come like Horus. When he adorns the horizon of heaven, N directs the march of Ra towards the gates of the horizon. Therefore the gods rejoice in the presence of N, the divine sent. 6. Is upon Osiris, the god with the lock. 7. Will not reach him, the keepers of the gates will not be hostile to him. N is the one whose face is hidden inside the palace, in the sanctuary of the god, the lord of Tuat. N has reached it after Hathor. N gathers his hosts, he brings Mot to Ra, he drives away the mighty one, Apepi. N pierces the steel firmament, 8, and repels the raging storm, he gives life to the seamen of Ra. N carries offerings to the place where the boat is. N causes that the boat gives him a successful voyage. N marches, and when he reaches it, the face of N is like the Great One, and his back like the Lofty One. N is the Lord of the Mighty. N is well pleased on the horizon. N is valiant. He strikes you down, you wakers. He makes his way to your lord, Osiris. This is on the copy which is in the books, 9. It is written in yellow ink, on the sacred circle of gods in the boat of Ra 10. Where offerings are made of victuals, geese, incense, in their presence, in order to revive the deceased, to make him powerful among the gods, and that he may not be repulsed nor driven back from the pylons of the Tuat. If thou readest it to the statue of this deceased in their presence, it causes him to have access to every hall of those which are in the books. This is said at the entrance of every gate, of those which are in the books, and to each of them an offering is made of the haunch, the head, the heart, and the hoof of a red bull, and 4 vases of blood which does not come from the heart, and scent vases, and 16 pointed white loaves, and 8 round loaves, and 8 chenfu loaves, and 8 hebenu loaves, 8 casks of beer, 8 vases of dry corn, 4 tanks of earthenware filled with the milk of a white cow, fresh herbs, fresh olive oil, green eye paint, antimony, odoriferous oils, and burning incense, said while putting on a clay seal twice. After this copy has been read, if the 4th hour is going round in the day, beware of what is threatening in the sky. But if thou hast read this book without any human being seeing it, it will widen the steps of the deceased in heaven or earth, and in the Tuat. Because this book exalts the deceased more than any ceremony performed to him, henceforth, from this day, undeviatingly for times infinite. Notes. This chapter is the first of a series of 4, 144-147, in which the old versions differ considerably from the Turin text. 144 and 147 refer to the 145 and 146 to the. The word has been translated in various ways. Brugsch calls them watchtowers, pylons, pirate stations. Maspero considers them as the old ergastrals, a kind of vaulted hall. Jaquier speaks of them as magazines, but generally translates the word by pylons. Renouf, in his introduction to the Papyrus of Ani, calls the gates and the pylons. In another place he says the is not a mere gate, but a hold or keep. If we refer to the old texts where this chapter is mixed together with chapter 146, we see that the is a door, a gate, which has to be passed in order to reach the. Behind each a is represented as a shrine close to which is its god. And also in the book called The Book of What Is in the Tuat, we see that Ra has to go through the and make a long navigation before he reaches the gods of the Tuat. 144 and 147 are 2 different versions of the same chapter, and no old papyrus has them both. It is the same with chapters 145 and 146. Evidently before the Sadic period, for these chapters, as for the 15th, there was no received text, and the writers had the choice between various versions which the compilers of the Turin text collected together. There are 7, and the deceased who approaches them has to know 3 names. First, the whom Renouf calls the porter, evidently from his being styled in chapter 147. But if we consider that in some of the old papyri the name of the man is that of the gate itself, has to be translated he who belongs to, the occupant, the inhabitant, a sense which does not disagree with the word since. According to Oriental customs, the master of a house is generally met with at the door, at the entrance. The doorkeeper, the watcher Budge, or the warder Renouf, is the second person, he who guards the gate. The third person, as the text says, reports to Osiris every day the things of the world, and I suppose also, who is coming towards the gate. Renouf calls this person the teller. I shall use the word herald, which I adopted previously. In the 6 old texts which I collated, we find only the reciting of the 3 names. The Papyrus of Nu in the British Museum alone contains the allocution to the gates of the Turin text. It is therefore from the Papyrus of Nu that this chapter has been translated. Budge, the Book of the Dead. 1. The title is taken from Papyrus Acts. The Turin text calls this chapter the chapter of knowing the occupants of the 7 gates. 2. A flame, judging from the determinative. 3. As we read in chapter 147. 4. Enlit, receives the saying. I suppose it means receives the right or the privilege to say the words which follow, I am one of them. 5. A word which has various meanings. Renouf translates, protection, safeguard, powers, attributes. I believe in many cases it corresponds to what we call the nature, and that it is used as a periphrase instead of an abstract adjective, which does not exist in Egyptian. The real sense of such an expression seems to be, such as he is, such am I, and such is Ra. 6. I read with the Turin text. The Papyrus PB, which reproduces this sentence in an addition to 136a rites. 7. The god of the lock or the curling god, another name for Apepi, an evil power which must be driven away. Chapter 130, line 39, I should translate. Osiris follows the path of Ra in the morning and drives away the curling god. 8. The steel firmament, generally mentioned in connection with storms and bad weather, so that possibly we have to consider here the color of the metal and translate the dark sky, the black sky. 9. The books of Thoth, the divine writer. 10. Probably the name of the book or of the page, which contains also the catalogue of the offerings. The vignettes of chapter 144 represent the gates, the warder, and the herald. The occupant is not seen, as he is in the vignettes of chapter 147. There seems to be no definite order or rule in these figures, just as in the names, which are not always attributed to the same member, cf. Introd. To the Totenbuch, p. 172. Chapters CXLV and CXLVI. The knowing of the pylons of the house of Osiris, in the Garden of Aru. The first pylon 1 is named the Lady of Trembling whose walls are high, the Lady of Destruction, who directs the words which drive away the storm, she who forces back the violent 2, coming towards her. The name of the doorkeeper is the Brave. The second pylon is named the Lady of Heaven, Mistress of the World, the Consuming One, the Lady of Mankind, who counts the human beings. The name of the doorkeeper is Meshept. The third pylon, the Lady of Altars, rich in offerings, with whom all the gods are gathered, on the day when they sail to Abydos. The name of the doorkeeper is the Anointer. The fourth pylon, she who holds the knives, the Mistress of the World, who destroys the enemies of the god whose heart is motionless, who gives advice, who is free from impurity. The name of the doorkeeper is the Bull. The fifth pylon, the Flame, the Lady of the Words of Power, 3, who gives joy to him who addresses his supplications to her, to whom no one who is on earth, 4, will come near. The name of the doorkeeper is he who coerces the rebels. The sixth pylon, the Lady of Light, who roars loud, whose length and breadth are not known, and the like of whom never was found from the beginning. There are serpents on her, the number of which is not known, they were born before the god whose heart is motionless. The name of the doorkeeper is the Consort. The seventh pylon, the shroud which enwrappeth the dead, the monster who seeks to hide the body. The name of the doorkeeper is Axti. The eighth pylon, the burning flame whose fire is never quenched, she who is provided with burning heat, who sends forth her hand and slaughters without mercy. Nobody goes near her for fear of being hurt. The name of the doorkeeper is, he who protects his body. The ninth pylon, the foremost, the mighty one, the joyous who gives birth to her Lord, whose circumference is 350 measures 5. She who shines like southern emerald, who raises Basu and encourages the dead, she who provides her Lord with offerings every day. The 10th pylon, she with a loud voice, who shouts curses to those who make supplications to her, the very brave, the dreadful, who does not destroy what is within her. The name of the doorkeeper is, he who embraces the great God. The 11th pylon, she who renews her knives, who consumes her enemies, the mistress of all pylons, to whom acclamations are given in the daytime and in the twilight. She will prepare the enwrapping of the dead. The 12th pylon, she who addresses her world and destroys those who come through the morning heat, the Lady of Brightness, who listens to the words of her Lord every day. She will prepare the enwrapping of the dead. The 13th pylon, Isis extends her 2 hands upon her, she lightens the Nile in its hidden abode. She will prepare the enwrapping of the dead. The 14th pylon, the Lady of Fear, who dances on the impure, to whom the Haker festival is celebrated on the day of the hearing of yells. She will prepare the enwrapping of the dead. The 15th pylon, the evil one with red hair and eyes, who comes out at night, who binds her enemy all round, who puts her hands over the God whose heart is motionless, in his hour of danger, who goes and comes. She will prepare the enwrapping of the dead. The 16th pylon, the terrible, the Lady of the Morning Dew, who throws out 6. Her burning heat and sprinkles her sparks of fire over her enemies when she appears. She who creates, reveals, the mysteries of the earth. She will prepare the enwrapping of the dead. The 17th pylon, she who revels in blood, Ahit, the Lady of the Ui plants. She will prepare the enwrapping of the dead. The 18th pylon, she who likes fire, who washes her knives, who loves cutting heads, the welcome one, the Lady of the Palace, who slays her enemies in the evening. She will prepare the enwrapping of the dead. The 19th pylon, she who directs the morning light in her time and observes the midday heat, the Lady of the Books written by Thoth himself. She will prepare the enwrapping of the dead. The 20th pylon, she who is within the cavern of her Lord, who covers her name and hides what she creates, who takes possession of hearts which she swallows. She will prepare the enwrapping of the dead. The 21st pylon, she who cuts the stone by her word and sacrifices him on whom fall her flames. She follows the hidden counsels. Notes: Chapters 145 and 146 are 2 versions of the same text. They are the chapter of the arrival of the deceased to of the house of Osiris. It is difficult to know what these really are. Renouf translates the word by pylon. At the same time, he says they are not mere gates, but keeps or holds. I shall use his word pylon, but the word which seems to me to convey most exactly the meaning is a cell, since each of them has an inhabitant. There are various versions of these chapters. The oldest, number 146, is found in several papyri and has been translated from LC. Leiden, the only one which has the chapter complete. It consists of 21 paragraphs, each of which begins with a sentence giving the names of the pylon. It is followed by that of the, which I translate, with Renouf, the porter or doorkeeper, though I should prefer, he who is within the door, since the vignettes show that the so-called porter or doorkeeper is the god who occupies the cell. There are 21 pylons, out of which the papyri give us a certain number. Brugsch finds in their names those of some of the hours of night or day, but the fact of there being 21 absolutely precludes the idea of these pylons being the hours. The Papyrus of New in the British Museum gives a slightly different version of this chapter 146. Each pylon is introduced by these words, said by Nu when he arrives at the first pylon. I have arrived, I know thee, I know the name of the God who guardeth thee. The Lady of Trembling, and see, is thy name, the name of the doorkeeper is the brave. The other version, which constitutes chapter 145, shows that the God who guardeth the pylon and the doorkeeper are the same person. Chapter 145 is the same text which has been spun out a little more. We have no older copy of it than the fragments in the tomb of Meneptah and Queen Tosser, which give us only 11 pylons with a very incorrect text. As for the Turin text, it is so hopelessly corrupt, especially in the most important part, the names, that I did not attempt to translate it. Then chapter 145 is the text of new for 146 still more developed. In the version of the royal tomb, each paragraph is called the salutation of Osiris, the king, to the pylon. I know thee, I know thy name, I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Then follow the name of the pylon, and that of the god, and after having said them, the deceased describes the purifications he goes through, the oils with which he has been anointed, and the text ends with these words: Pass on, thou art pure. It is curious that both in 145 and 146 there is a change at the pylon no. 11. In our text, LC, the name of the doorkeeper disappears, and each time, after the name of the pylon, we find these words. In 145, the name of the doorkeeper is still mentioned, but this sentence takes the place of the description of the purifications and ointments which occurred in the previous paragraphs. I should translate these words. She will direct or prepare the enwrapping or clothing of the dead. I think that the dead is supposed to wear a different garment at each pylon, which is provided to him by the pylon itself. A still more detailed version of 145 is found in the Paris Papyrus PG, of which we have only a very short fragment. At each pylon, there is a dialogue between the deceased and doorkeeper, who asks whether the deceased has been purified, in what water, with what oil he has been anointed, which garment he wears, which stick he holds in his hand. Chapters 145 and 146 are among the most incorrect texts of the Book of the Dead, and until we have new copies of the old versions, there will always be a large measure of conjecture in any attempt to translate them. 1. Being feminine, the name is that of a woman or a goddess. 2. One of the names of Hathor, the consort of Thoth at Hermopolis, Mariette Dendera Roman 2 PL, 27:15. 3. Renouf translates words of power. I should prefer magic power. 4. I read with the Turin text. 5. According to Lepsius, the sigma chi omicron iota omicron u, 40 cubits. 6. I read with the text of chapter 145 in the royal tomb. The vignettes vary considerably, according to the papyri. In LC, all the pylons are alike, with a god sitting inside. Evidently, the artist was free to draw them according to his fancy. The vignettes of the papyrus of Ani and, still more, PC are remarkable for their fine colors. Chapter 147. The first gate, the name of the doorkeeper is, he whose face is overturned, who has many attributes. The name of its warder is, the adjuster. The name of the herald is, he with a loud voice. Said by N when he approaches the first gate. I am the mighty one, who createth his own light. 1. I come to thee, Osiris, and I worship thee. Pure are thine effluxes which flow from thee, and which make thy name in Restau, 2, when it hath passed there. Hail to thee, Osiris. Arise, thou art mighty, Osiris in Abydos. Thou goest round the sky, thou sailest with Ra, thou surveyst mankind. Thou art alone going round with Ra, for thou art called Osiris. I am the divine mummy, what I say takes place. I shall not be driven back from it, the gate. Its walls of burning coals show the way in Restau. I have soothed the pain of Osiris when he supports him who balances his pedestal when he arrives from the great valley. I have made my way to the light of Osiris. 3. The second gate, the name of the doorkeeper is, he who shows his face. The name of its warder is, he with a revolving face. The name of the herald is, the consumer. Said by N when he approaches the second gate. He sitteth and acts in accordance with the desire of his heart, weighing the words as the second of Thoth. The attributes of N are those of Thoth. When faint the mock gods, the hidden ones who live on truth, whose years are those of Osiris, still, I am mighty in offerings at the appointed time. I have made my way out of the fire. I march, I have made my way. Grant that I may pass on freely, that I may see Ra among those who give offerings. The third gate, the name of the doorkeeper is, he who eateth his own filth. The name of its warder is, the watchful. The name of the herald is, the great one. Said by N when he approaches the third gate. I am he whose stream is secret, who judgeth the Rehui. I have come to remove all evil from Osiris. I am the girdled 4. At his appointed time, coming forth with the double crown. I secured firmly my suit in Abydos, and I opened my path in Restau. I have soothed the pain of Osiris who balances his pedestal. I have made my way when he shines at Restau. The fourth gate, the name of the doorkeeper is he who opposes garrulity. The name of its warder is the attentive one. The name of the herald is he who drives back the crocodile. Said by N when he approaches the fourth gate. I am the bull, 5, the son of the kite of Osiris. Behold, his father the fiery one sat in judgment. I poised the balance for him. Life has been brought to me. I live forever. I have made my way. I am the son of Osiris. I live forever. The fifth gate, the name of the doorkeeper is he who lives on worms. The name of the warder is the consuming flame. The name of the herald is the bow which strikes the furious. Said by N when he approaches the fifth gate. I have brought the 2 jaws of Restau. 6. I have brought to thee the books, which are in the Anu, and I add up for him his hosts. I have repulsed Apepi and healed the wounds he made. I made my way through the midst of you. I am the great one among the gods. I purified Osiris. I restored him as victor. I joined his bones and put together his limbs. The sixth gate, the name of the doorkeeper is he who makes the loaves with a thundering voice. The name of its warder is he who shows his face. The name of the herald is the stolen knife which belongs to the sky. Said by N when he approaches the sixth gate. I come every day, I go. I who was created by Anubis, I am the lord of the diadem. I ignore the magic words, however. I avenge Mot, I avenge his eye. I gave his eye to Osiris himself. I have made my way. N goes along with you. The seventh gate, the name of the doorkeeper is he who takes possession of their knives. The name of its warder is he with a high voice. The name of the herald, he who drives back the enemies. Said by N when he approaches the seventh gate. I have come to thee, Osiris. 7. Pure are thine effluxes. Thou goest round and thou seest the sky with Ra, thou seest mankind, thou the only one. Thou addressest Ra in the sectet boat of the sky when he goes round the horizon. I say what I wish, my mummy is mighty. What I say takes place like what he says. I shall not be driven back from thee. I have made my way. Said near the 7 gates. 8. When the deceased arrives at the pylons, he is not driven back, nor repulsed from Osiris. It is given him to be among the glorious ones, the most excellent of them, so that he may have dominion over the first followers of Osiris. Every deceased to whom this chapter is read is like the Lord of Eternity. He is of one substance with Osiris, and in no place has he to encounter a great fight. Notes: Chapter 147 is very like 144. In fact, it is the same more developed. It refers also to the 7 gates, and whenever the deceased approaches one of the gates, he has to say the name of the doorkeeper, which, as we saw before, is that of the gate itself, and also the name of the warder and that of the herald. Besides, the deceased has to address the gate, probably in order to open it so that he may pass through. The words he utters are found in chapters 117, 119, and 136b. The 2 first have nearly the same title, The Arrival at Restau, near Abydos. If, as is most probable, the various parts of the Book of the Dead did not originate in the same place, we may safely assert that these chapters, as well as those of the gates and the pylons, come from Abydos. On the whole, the Papyrus of Ani is more complete for chapter 147 than the Leiden text LC, which is published in my edition. Therefore, this chapter has been translated from Ani, using LC whenever Ani is too corrupt. 1 Chapter 119, VDP 206, chapter whereby one entereth and goeth forth from Restau. 2 I should translate, which give to Restau its name. This is an instance of those wonderful etymologies often met with in religious texts. From the word to flow is derived the name. 3 The Osiris of the first gate whom the deceased addresses seems to be the moon. The word is often used in speaking of the pale and silvery light of the moon, Naville, Litany du Soleil, p. 54. The last sentences are found in chapter 117, line 3. 4 Chapter 117. 5 Chapter 136b, line 14. 6 Chapter 136b, line 18. I repeat Renouf's translation, though I differ from him in various points. For instance, I should translate, I have closed the doors in Restau, cf. Insker, of Pyenki, line 104. 7. An abridged version of Chapter 119. 8. The rubric is taken from the Paris Papyrus PC. There also the vignettes vary considerably according to the fancy of the artist. In LC, the gates and the gods are all alike. In PC, the god is always represented in human form with a ram's head. In the Papyrus of Ani, where there are 3 figures for each gate, these figures are all different. Chapter 148. Giving sustenance 1. To the deceased in the Netherworld, and delivering him from all evil things. 2. Hail to thee who shinest as living soul, and who appearest on the horizon, and who is in the boat knows thee. He knows thy name, he knows the names of the 7 cows and of their bull. They give bread and drink to the glorified soul. You who give sustenance to the inhabitants of the West, give bread and drink to the soul of En. Grant that he may be your follower, and be between your thighs. 3. Then follow the names of the 7 cows. The house of the Ka, of the inviolate God. The storm of the sky, which raises the gods. This hidden one in her dwelling. Cheb, the mummified form of the god. The greatly beloved, with red hair. The abundant in life, the veiled one. She who is powerful in her works, or on her pedestal. The bull of the Netherworld. Then the deceased calls on the 4 rudders of the sky, the 4 cardinal points. Hail, divine form, the good one, the good rudder of the northern sky. Hail, thou who goest round and pilotest the double earth, the good rudder of the western sky. Hail, the shining one, who dwellest in the house of the devouring monsters, the good rudder of the eastern sky. Hail, the inner one who dwelleth in the house of the red ones, the good rudder of the southern sky. Give bread and drink, oxen, geese, all things good and pure to En, give him sustenance. Give him joy, may he rest on the earth, and may he be victorious on the horizon of Anu, in the Tuat, in the sky, and on the earth eternally. Ye fathers and mothers, gods of the sky and of the Netherworld, deliver En. From all things pernicious and evil, from all harm and evil, from the cruel huntsman and his swords, and from all evil things. And order what is to be done to him by the men, the glorious ones, and the dead, in this day, in this night, in this month, and in this year. Said 4. By a man, when Ra is put before these gods, painted in green, and standing on a wooden board, and when they give him the offerings, and the sustenance which is before them, bread and drink, geese and frankincense, and when they present mortuary gifts to the deceased before Ra. The book called Giving Sustenance to a Deceased in the Netherworld delivers a man from all evil things. Thou shalt not read to any other man than thyself the book of Un-Nefer. He to whom this has been read, Ra is his steersman and his protecting power. He will not be attacked by his enemies in the Netherworld, in the sky, on the earth, and in every place he goes, for the book Giving Sustenance to the Deceased has its effect regularly. Notes. This chapter in the Turin text begins with a long title which is found by itself in the Papyrus of Nu. Dr. Budge considers it as a special chapter, to which he has given number 190. But the proof that it is not a chapter is that the whole of it is written in red, which means that it is a title. Besides this title is that of one of the hymns which constitute chapter 15, the hymn to the setting sun, 15b, 3. The chapter itself begins with the last word in line 7 of the Turin text. We have a nearly complete version of it in the tomb of Senmut, the architect of Queen Hatshepsut. The text from which I translate is compiled from several Theban papyri. 1. Renouf translates the word in various ways: sustenance, nutriment, dainties, delicacies. 2. Note the connection between these 2 ideas which occurs throughout the chapter. The giving nourishment to the deceased delivers him from all evil. 3. To be suckled by the divine cows, like Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahari, by Hathor. 4. Several papyri have here the rubric of 30b, with the name of Mycerinus. The rubric which is here translated is taken from the Papyrus of Nu. Lepsius calls 148 see the vignettes belonging to this chapter. In a columned hall stands Osiris, and behind him the cows, the rudders, and the 4 gods of the cardinal points. Osiris is sometimes left out. In the Papyrus of Ani, the god has his hair painted green, and he stands on a green basement. Chapter 149. The first domain. O this domain of the Amenta, where they live upon bread of the plant Tepseru, take off your headdress in my presence, for I am the great one among you, he who joins his bones and establishes firmly his limbs. Ahi, the Lord of Hearts, came to me, he joined my bones, and as he fixed the diadem of Tmu, he fastened on me the head of Nehibkau and established my balance. I am Lord among the gods, I am Amzi the builder. The second domain. 1. I am the great proprietor in the garden of Aru. O this garden of Aru, the walls of which are of steel, the height of its wheat is 7 cubits, the ears are 2 cubits, and the stalks 5 cubits. The glorified ones, each of whom is 7 cubits in height, reap them in presence of Harmachs. I know the inner gate of the garden of Aru, out of which cometh Ra, in the east of the sky. The south of it is by the lake of Charu, and the north of it by the stream of Ru. Thence Ra saileth with favoring gales. I am the teller in the divine ship. I am the unresting navigator in the bark of Ra. I know those 2 sycamores of emerald, between which Ra cometh forth, as he advanceth over what Tmu hath lifted up, the firmament, to the eastern gates of the sky, through which he proceedeth. I know this garden of Aru of Ra, the height of its wheat is 7 cubits, the ears are 2 cubits, the stalks 5 cubits, the barley is 7 cubits. It is the glorified ones, each of whom is 9 cubits in height, who reap them in presence of the powers of the east. The third domain. 2. O this domain of the glorious ones through which nobody can sail, which contains glorious ones, and the flame of which is a consuming fire. O this domain of the glorious ones, your faces are looking down, make straight your ways, and purify your abodes as it was ordered to you by Osiris the Eternal One. I am the Lord of the red crown which is on the head of the Shining One. 3. He who gives life to mankind from the heat of his mouth, and who delivers Ra from Apepi. The fourth domain. O this great and lofty mountain of the Netherworld, on the highest point of which ends the sky. It is 300 measures in length and 10 in width. There is a snake on it, he with sharp knives is his name, he is 70 cubits in his windings, he lives by slaughtering the glorious ones and the damned in the Netherworld. I stand on thy wall, 4, directing my navigation. I see the way towards thee, I gather myself together. I am the man who puts a veil on thy head, and I am uninjured. I am the great magician, thy eyes have been given me, and I am glorified through them. Who is he who goeth on his belly? Thy strength is on thy mountain, behold, I march towards it, and thy strength is in my hand. I am he who lifts the strength. I have come, and I have taken away the serpents. 5. Of Ra, when he rests with me at eventide. I go round the sky, thou art in thy valley, as was ordered to thee before. The fifth domain. O this domain of the glorious ones, which is open to no one. The glorious ones who are in it have thighs of 7 cubits, and they live on the shades of the motionless. Open to me the ways, that I may appear before you, that I may reach the good Amenta, as was ordered me by Osiris, the glorious one, the Lord of all the glorified. I live of your glory, I observe the first day of the month, and the half-month on the 15th day. I have gone round with the eye of Horus in my power, following Thoth. Any god or damned, who opens his devouring mouth against me on this day, is struck down on the block. The sixth domain. O thou Amhit, who art sacred more than the hidden gods and the glorious ones, and who art dreadful to the gods. The god in it is called Seshiat. 6. Hail to thee, Amhit, I have come to see the gods within thee. Show your faces, and take away your headdresses in my presence. I have come to make your bread. Seshiat will not be stronger than I. The slaughterers will not come behind me, the impure ones will not come behind me. I live upon your offerings. The seventh domain. O this asses, too remote to be seen, the heat of which is that of blazing fire. There is a serpent in it whose name is Rerek. His backbone is 7 cubits, he lives on glorious ones, destroying their glory. Get thee behind me, Rerek, who is in asses, who bites with his mouth, and who paralyses with his eyes. Thy teeth are torn away, thy venom is powerless. Thou shalt not come towards me, thy venom will not penetrate into me. Thy poison is fallen and thrown down, and thy lips are in a hole. The white serpent has struck his caw, and his caw has struck the white serpent. 7. I shall be protected, his head was cut off by the lynx. 8. The eighth domain. O this Hahotep, the very great, the stream of which nobody takes the water for fear of its roaring. The god whose name is the Lofty One keeps watch over it, in order that nobody may come near it. I, 9, am the vulture which is on the stream without end. I brought the things of the world to Tmu, at the time when the sailors of Ra are abundantly provided. I have given my strength to the lords of the shrines, and the awe I inspire to the Lord of all things. I shall not be taken to the block. The pleasure they take in me will not be destroyed. I am the guide on the northern horizon. The ninth domain, 10. O this accent which art hidden to the gods, the name of which the glorious ones are afraid to know. No one goes out who goes into it, except this venerable God, who inspires fear to the gods and terror to the glorious ones. Its opening is of fire, its wind destroys the nostrils. He made it such, 11. For his followers in order that they may not breathe its wind, except this venerable God who comes out of his egg. He made it such, being in it, in order that nobody may come near it, except Ra who is supreme in his attributes. Hail to thee, venerable God, who comes out of his egg. I have come to thee to be in thy following. I go out of, and I come into Akset. Open to me the doors, that I may inhale its wind, and that I may take the offerings within it. The 10th domain, 12. O this city of the Kahu gods who take hold of the glorious ones, and who gain mastery over the shades, 13. Who they see with their eyes, who have no connection with the earth. O ye who are in your domain, throw yourselves on your bellies, that I may pass near you. My glorious nature will not be taken from me. No one will give mastery over my shade, for I am the divine hawk who has been rubbed with anti and anointed with incense. Libations have been offered to me. Isis is before me. Nephthys is behind me. The way has been pointed to me by now, the bull of Nut and Neheb-cow. I have come to you, ye gods, deliver me and glorify me of an eternal glory. The 11th domain. O this city in the Netherworld, this cavity which masters the glorious ones. No one goes out, of those who went into it, from the dread of the appearance of him who is in it. He who sees the God who is in it, face to face, he who sees him dies there from his blows, except the gods who are there, and who are hidden to the glorious ones. O this Atu in the Netherworld, grant that I may reach them. I am the great magician with his knife. I am issued of Set. I stand on my feet forever. I rise, and I am mighty through this eye of Horus. My heart is raised, after it has fallen low. I am glorious in heaven, and I am mighty on earth. I fly like Horus, I cackle like the divine goose. It was given me to alight near the stream of the lake. I stand near it, I sit near it, I eat of the food in Sechet Hotpit, I go down to the islands of the wandering stars. The doors of the Mahdi are open to me, and the gates of the upper waters are unbolted to me. I raise my ladder up to the sky to see the gods. I am one of them, I speak like the divine goose, and I listen to the gods. I talk aloud, I repeat the words of Sothes. The 12th domain. O this domain of Unt within Restau, the heat of which is that of fire. No god goes down into it, and the glorious ones do not gather into it, for the 4 snakes would destroy their names. 14. O this domain of Unt, I am the great among the glorious ones within. I am among the wandering stars. I am not destroyed, my name is not destroyed. Come, thou divine sent, say the gods who are in the domain of Unt. I am with you, I live with you, ye gods who are within the domain of Unt. You love me more than your gods. I am with you forever, in the presence of the followers of the great God. The 13th domain. O this domain of the water, which none of the glorious ones can possess, for its water is of fire, its stream is burning, and its heat is of blazing flame, so that they may not drink its water in order to quench the thirst which is within them, for their mighty fear and their great terror. The gods and the glorious ones look at its water from afar, they do not quench their thirst, and their heart is not set at rest, because they may not go near it. When the river is full and green like the flowing sap which comes out of Osiris, I take its water, I draw from its flood like the great God who is in the domain of the water, and who keeps watch over it for fear that the gods may drink from its water, and who inspires dread to the glorious ones. Hail to thee, thou great God, who art in the domain of the water. I have come to thee. Grant me to take of thy water, to take of thy stream, as thou doest to this great God. When the Nile will come, when he will give birth to the plants, and cause the herbs to grow, as it is given to the gods when he appears in peace, grant that the Nile may come to me, and that I may take his plants. For I am thy own son forever. The 14th domain. O this domain of Sherabah, 15. which drives the Nile towards Tadu, and which causes the Nile to go and spend its corn in his course from Rokmu. 16. Thou which presentest offerings to the dead, and mortuary gifts to the glorious ones. There is a serpent belonging to it, who comes from the two wells ad Elephantine, at the gate of the water. He goes with the water, and stops at the stream of Sherabah, near the powers of the high flood. He sees his hour of the silent evening. Ye gods who live in the water of Sherabah, ye powers of the high flood, open to me your ponds, open to me your lakes, that I may take of your water, and that I may rest in your stream, that I may eat of your corn, that I may be satisfied with your food. I have risen, my heart is high, for I am the great God in Sherabah. Make me offerings. I have been filled with the vital sap coming out of Osiris. I shall not be despoiled of it. The end. Notes. This is one of the interesting chapters of the Book of the Dead. It is more frequently met with than the other ones, and it generally constitutes the end of the Theban papyri. It is the chapter of the various domains which the deceased has to reach, and in which he enjoys special privileges. The vignettes generally give the plan of the domain, and very often the color with which it is painted. They are either green or light yellow. In most of the papyri there are only 4 yellow, 3, 9, 10, and 14. Renouf translates domain p. 208. Dr. Budge keeps the word ot, and considers them as the divisions of the Elysian fields. Pirot translates demura, brugge siege, demura habitation. I shall adopt Renouf's word, though residence or habitation seems to me preferable, and is an enclosed space which has inhabitants described or mentioned in the text. The deceased calls first on the domain, and often in the same breath goes over to the inhabitants without any transition. 1. The second domain is the horizon. The text of the vignette says, "The god who is in it is Harmachis." The text to this domain being a repetition of chapter 109, I adopt Renouf's translation, p. 181. 2. The third domain is called that of the glorious ones. 3. The moon, Abrides, on the face of the sun and on the face of the moon. 4. The deceased speaks of himself as a magician who can cover the head of the serpent without being hurt. The eyes of the serpent, which have the power of paralyzing, of making impotent, see 7th domain, are given him. The result is that when he goes to the mountain on which the serpent shows his strength, this strength collapses, as the deceased says, "Thy strength is in my hand. I am he who lifts, who takes away the strength." 5. Renouf generally translates tunnels. See p. 126, and Proc. 1893, p. 385. But here we must adopt the other sense, serpent or worms. Copt. Letter 2C81, letter 2C95, letter 2C9F, letter 2CA3, letter 2C93. 6. Or Secheremu, he who knocks down the worm, or he who knocks down the fishes 1. 7. Ka and serpent have killed each other. 8. The lynx, see note, p. 82, on chapter 34. It seems to be the cat who is represented in the vignettes of chapter 17, cutting off the head of the serpent. 9. This is a chapter found on the sarcophagus of Ammon in the British Museum. It has the title, Taking the Form of a Vulture. See p. 139, I should rather say a goose. 10. The 9th domain, Axet or Axi, has the form of a vase, which a crocodile called Modetf touches with his snout. 11. The words are obscure. I believe them to mean, Axet was made such as it is, in order that, and see. 12. The 10th domain is called that which is at the mouth of the stream. 13. I cannot translate the following words. 14. The destruction of the name means absolute destruction of the person. 15. I have kept the reading Sherabah, which Renouf advocates in opposition to Sherahah, adopted by most Egyptologists. 16. I believe this name, which is spelt differently in each papyrus, to be the origin of the Kappa Rho letter 1FF6 Phi Iota and Mu letter 1FF6 Phi Iota, these 2 rocks mentioned by Herodotus, Roman 2, 28, out of which issues the Niles. There are hardly any variants in the vignettes, which accompany the text of the chapter of the domains. Plate Live. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 151 A Tur equals papyrus, BM 9900 equals. Illustration. Chapter 152 equals papyrus, Louvre Roman 3, 93 equals. Chapter 150. Notes: this is not a separate chapter. It stands to 149 as 16 to 15. It consists of the vignettes accompanying chapter 149, and it is the end of many papyri. Curiously, there are 15 domains instead of 14. One of them, the fifth, seems to have been divided into two. At the corner of the picture are 4 serpents, which I consider as the 4 cardinal points. Taking the domains in the same order as in the preceding text, we find them named in the following way in the Papyrus Aa. 1. The Gudamenta, the gods within which live on shens and 2 loaves. 2. The Garden of Aru, the god in it is Ra. 3. The Domain of the Glorious Ones. 4. The High and Lofty Mountain. 5. The Basin, the fire of which is a blazing flame. The front of the fire, the god in it is the bearer of altars. 6. Amhit, the god in it is he who knocks down the fishes. 7. Aset. 8. Hassert, the god in it is the bearer of heaven. 9. Akset, the god in it is Madetf. 10. The face of the Kahu gods. 11. At, the god in it is Sathes. 12. The domain of Unt, the god in it is the destroyer of souls. 13. The surface of the water, the god in it is the mighty power. 14. The domain of Sherabah, the god in it is the Nile. Chapter 151. A. Words of Anubis. Thy right eye is in the Sectet boat, thy left eye is in the Adet boat, thy eyebrows are with one. Anubis, thy fingers are with Thoth, thy locks are with Ta Sakaris. They prepare for thee a good way, they smite for thee the associates of Sut. B. Said by Isis, I have come as thy protector, N, with the breath coming forth from Tmu. I shall strengthen for thee thy throat. I give thee to be like a god. I will put all thy enemies under thy feet. C. Said by Nephthys, I go round my brother Osiris, and I have come as thy protector. I am myself behind thee forever, hearing when thou art addressed by Ra, and when thou art justified by the gods. Arise, thou art justified through all that has been done for thee. Ta has smitten thy enemies, thou art Horus the son of Hathor. It has been ordered what should be done for thee. Thy head will not be taken away from thee forever. D. Words of the figure of the northern wall. He who cometh to enchain, I shall not let him enchain thee. He who cometh to throw bonds, I shall not let him throw bonds on thee. I am here to throw bonds on thee. I am here to enchain thee, but I am thy protector. 2. E. Words of the Tat of the western wall. Come in haste and turn away the steps of Kephar. Bring light into his hidden abode. I am behind Tat, I am verily behind Tat, on the day when the slaughter is repelled. I am the protector of En. 3. F. Words of the flame of the southern wall. I have spread sand around the hidden abode, repelling the aggressor that I might throw light on the mountain. I have illuminated the mountain. I have turned the direction of the sword. I am the protector of En. 4. G. Said by Anubis in his divine hall, the lord of Totsert, I keep watch over thy head. Awake, thou on the mountain. Thy wrath is averted. I have averted thy furious wrath. I am thy protector. 5. H. The 2 figures of the soul, with raised hands. The living soul, the powerful Chu of En, worships the sun when he ariseth on the eastern horizon of the sky. The living soul of En adoreth Ra, when he setteth in the land of the living, on the western horizon of the sky. I. Words of the 2 statuettes. 6. O statuette there! Should I be called and appointed to do any of the labors that are done in the Netherworld, by a person according to his abilities, to plant fields, to water the soil, to convey the sand from east to west, here am I, whithersoever thou callest me. Words of the genii, of the 4 cardinal points. K. I am Kebesenuf. I have come to be thy protector. I have joined thy bones. I have strengthened thy limbs. I have brought thee thy heart and put it in its place, into thy body. I will cause thy house to prosper after thee. L. I am happy thy protector. I have revived thy head and thy limbs. I have smitten thy enemies under thee. I give thee thy head forever. M. I am Tuamadef. I am thy son Horus. I have come, and I rescue my father from the evil doer, whom I put under thy feet. N. I am Imsta. I have come, I am thy protector. I cause thy house to prosper permanently, according to the command of Ta, according to the command of Ra himself. Notes. With chapter 151 begins a series of texts written either on the walls of the funeral chamber or on the mummy cloth, or on various amulets. This series goes as far as 160, with the exception of 152 and 153, which have been inserted there without any apparent reason. Chapter 151 is not so much a text as a picture. It represents the funeral chamber. The four walls, which should be vertical, are drawn lying flat on the ground. In the middle of the chamber, under a canopy, is the mummy, on which Anubis lays his hands. Under the bed is a bird with a human head, the symbol of the soul of the deceased. We must suppose that the god Anubis is a priest, or a member of the family, who has put on a jackal's head, and who pronounces the words said to be those of the god. At the foot of the bed are the two goddesses Isis and Nephthys. Each of the four walls had a small niche of the exact size of an amulet, which was lodged in it. We know it from the four oriented steles of Marseille, Naville, Les Quatre Steles Orientés du Musée de Marseille, where we find the text belonging to each wall, and also the niche cut in the stone for each amulet. On the north was a human figure, on the south a flame, on the east a jackal, on the west a tat. In the chamber were four so-called canopic vases, with the gods of the four cardinal points, each of whom has his words to say. Besides these were statuettes called Shabdi or Ushabdi, the helpers of the deceased in his work in the Elysian fields. In the Papyrus London 10,010, af, from which this chapter is translated, one of them has the usual appearance, the other the head of Anubis. The soul of the deceased is supposed to be in the chamber, and to worship the rising and the setting sun. Very few papyri have this chapter as complete as af, which is taken here as standard for text and vignettes, but there are fragments of it here and there. The Turin version is much shorter than the old one. The Papyrus of New Ed. Budge contains the texts of the four walls with rubrics very similar to those of the steles in Marseille. They form a special chapter joined to 137a, with the title, What is Done Secretly in the Tuat, the Mysteries of the Tuat, the Introduction into the Mysteries of the Netherworld. In order to facilitate the understanding of the chapter, I have lettered the words spoken by the various figures. One Renouf would have translated, see chapter 42, Thy eyebrows are those of Anubis. But the following chapter shows that we have to translate with Anubis, which should mean here, under the protection of Anubis. 2. The rubrics say the figure is made of palm wood and is 7 fingers high. 3. The rubric of this tat is the following, set on a tat of crystal, the branches of which are of gold. It is folded up in fine linen. There is another chapter of the tat put on the neck of the deceased, chapter 155, the words of which are totally different. 4. According to the rubric, the flame is a torch made of reeds lauret. 5. The Anubis was made of clay. 6. Words engraved on the funerary statuettes called, or an abridged form of chapter 6, for which I take Renouf's translation. Chapter Cleobis, said by Anubis Ammon in his divine hall when he puts his hands over the body of En, and provides him with all that belongs to him. Hail to thee, beautiful face, Lord of sight, sacred eye lifted up by Osiris, raised by Anubis, and to which Shu has given its stand. Beautiful face, which art among the gods, thy right eye is in the sectet boat, thy left eye is in the addit boat, thy eyebrows are a pleasant sight among the gods. Thy front is in the protection of Anubis, thy back is pleasant to the venerable hawk. Thy fingers, 1, are well preserved in writing before the Lord of Hermopolis, Thoth, the giver of written words. Thy locks are beautified before Osiris. En is welcome among the gods. He sees the great god, he is led on the good roads, he is presented with funerary offerings. His enemies are beaten down under him in the house of the prince of Heliopolis, 2. Notes. The words spoken by Anubis in chapter 151 have been taken out and made into a special chapter, which in Papyrus London 9900 AH occurs in 2 different forms. I called them Cleobis and Cleotur, the second one being only an abridgment of the first. Vignettes and titles are not the same for these 2 chapters. That translated, Cleobis, is the longest of the 2. The title of the other one is The Chapter of the Mysterious Head, and the vignette thereof consists of a mummy's head. In comparing this chapter with the words of Anubis we had before, we find the explanation of expressions like this. Thy eyebrows are with Anubis. 1. This word has always been translated fingers, a sense which is evidently wrong in this place, where parts of the head only are mentioned, and when one would expect the hair or the beard. I suppose that this obscure sentence means that since everything in him is divine, the design or color of his fingers was taken from the books of Thoth. 2 Note 8 on Chapter 1. Chapter 152. The chapter of building a house 1, on earth. O rejoice, Seb, N has been set in motion with his vital power. He has given to men and gods their creative strength. There is cheering when it is seen that Seshate, too, has come towards Seb, when Anubis has commanded to N, build a house on earth, the foundations of which be like On, and the circuit like Cherubah. Let the god of the sanctuary be in the sanctuary. I also decree that it should contain the sacrificial victim, brought by slaves and held up by ministrants. Said by Osiris to the gods in his following, come hastily, and see the house which has been built for the glorified, the well-equipped, who cometh every day. Look at him, hold him in awe, and give him praise, which is well-pleasing to him. 3. You see what I have done myself, I the great God who cometh every day. Look ye, Osiris brings me cattle, the south wind brings me grain, the north wind brings me barley as far as the end of the earth. I have been exalted by the mouth of Osiris. 4. Applause surrounds him. 5. On his left and on his right. Look ye, men, gods, and choose, they applaud him, and I am well pleased. Notes. The text here translated is that of the Papyrus of Nu, with a few variants taken from contemporary texts. 1. The here mentioned is the abode of thee, where it is worshipped and receives offerings. In the vignette of Pap. Buska Ik, the plan of this abode is like the funerary constructions discovered at Nagata and Abydos. 2. The goddess is often connected with building, chapter 52. 3. Here the deceased begins to speak himself. 4. I translate the beating in measure as the musicians do, the regular applause so often heard in the East. 5. The person changes, as is often the case in such texts. The deceased speaks of himself in the third person. Plate LV. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 161. Equals Louvre, Roman 3, 93 equals. Chapter Cleia. The chapter of coming out of the net. 1. O he who turns backwards, mighty of heart, who spreads his net before him, who entereth the earth. O you the fishermen, sons of their fathers. 2. Who go round in the midst of the stream, you will not catch me in your net, in which you catch the disabled, and you will not carry me away in your canvas, in which you take away the evil ones in the earth, the frame of which reaches the sky, and the weights of which are on the earth. For I will come out of its meshes and shine like Hanu Sakaris. I will come out of its bars. 3. And shine like Sebek. I shall fly against you like a fisher whose fingers. 4. Are hidden. I know the fork. 5. Which belongs to it. It is the great finger of Hanu Sakaris. I know the stake. 6. It is the leg of Nemu. 7. I know its pointed head. It is the hand of Isis. I know the name of its blade. It is the knife of Isis with which she cut the meat for Horus. I know the name of the frame and of the weights. They are the feet and the legs of the Sphinx. 8. I know the name of the ropes with which fishing is done. They are the bonds of Tmu. I know the names of the fishermen who are fishing. They are the worms. 9. The ancestors of the blood drinkers. 10. Who pour their flow on my hands when the great God the Lord listens to the words in Heliopolis in the night of the 15th of the month. 11. In the temple of the moon. I know the marked space. 12. In which they are enclosed. It is the soil of iron on which the gods stand. I know the name of the divine supervisor who takes hold of the fishes and marks them on the tail. He is the supervisor of the divine property. I know the name of the table on which he lays them, the fishes. It is the table of Horus. He sits alone in the night, nobody sees him, the future ones. 13. See him, and the present ones give him their acclamations. I shine like Horus. I govern the land, and I go down to the land in the 2 great boats. Horus introduces me into the house of the prince. 14. I have come as a fisher. The fork has been given into my hand. My blade is in my hand. My knife is in my hand. I come forth. I go round about, and I entangle in my net. I know the name of the fork which closes the mouth's vomiting. Fire. It is the great finger of Osiris. The fingers, prongs, which hold fast. They are the fingers of the ancestors of Ra, the claw of the ancestor of Hathor. I know the strings which are on this fork, they are the bonds of the Lord of mankind. I know the name of the stake, the thigh of Nemu. Its point is the hand of Isis, its coil the cord of the firstborn god, its cordage the rope of Ra. I know the name of the fishermen who are fishing, they are the worms, the ancestors of Ra, the creatures. 15. The ancestors of Seb. When what thou eatest is brought to thee, what I eat is brought to me. Thou eatest what is eaten by Seb and Osiris. O 16. Thou who turnest backwards, mighty of heart, who fishes and entangles him who enters the earth. O you fishers, sons of their fathers, and ye fowlers who are in Nefersent, you will not catch me in your nets, and you will not entangle me in your meshes, wherein you catch the disabled, and where you catch those who are in the earth. For I know it, the net, its frame above, and its weights below. Behold, I come, my stake is in my hand, the point is in my hand, the blade is in my hand. I come, I arrive to I have come myself, I have come to bind it, to put it in its place. My knife is sharpened, I put it in its place. The stake which is in my hand is the thigh of Nemu. The fork which is in my hand is the fingers of Sakaris. This point which is in my hand is the claws of Isis. The blade which is in my hand is the knife of Nemu. Behold, I have come, I sit in the boat of Ra, I sail on the lake of Cha. 17. And on the lake of the northern sky. I hear the words of the gods. I do what they are doing, I give praises to their persons, I live as they live. En appears on the ladder which was made for him by his father Ra, when Horus and Sut take hold of him. Notes. In the Theban version, the chapter of the net is divided into two, 153a and 153b, which have different titles and different vignettes. 153a is called the chapter of coming out, or, as might be translated, of escaping from the net. The vignettes represent a clapnet, used for waterfowl. The second chapter is called the chapter of escaping from those who catch, which, from the etymology, might be translated fowl or fetid fish. There the vignette represents a dragnet containing fishes and drawn by apes. It is probable, one may suppose, that originally one chapter referred to the fowlers, the who use the clapnet, and the other to the fishermen, the who use the dragnet. But in the form in which these chapters appear in the three best texts where they have been preserved, London, 9900 A, Paris Roman 3, 93 PB. And the papyrus of Nu, fowlers and fishermen are mixed together. The text of 153a is very corrupt and seems to differ greatly from the original. The variants between the chief documents are considerable and show that the understanding of it was nearly lost. It probably had two different versions, which have been cast into one, since after the first two-thirds it begins over again and nearly repeats itself. The Turin text contains only 153a, and that even much shorter, but it is followed by a rubric, which is absent from the Theban version. The translation is made from the three above-named documents. The vignette of 153a, in the Papyrus Roman 3, 93 of the Louvre PB, shows a clapnet drawn by four men. Behind it comes the deceased, holding in his hand two instruments mentioned in the text. The and the, called or each of them, consists of different parts having a distinct name. In the Papyrus of Nu, the deceased is seen drawing the rope of the net. In the vignette of London, 9900 A, he is supposed to do the same. One among the dangers to which the deceased is exposed is that of being caught in a net by hidden genii, who will treat him as is done to waterfowl or fishes. But he escapes from this peril because he knows the names of the fowlers and fishermen who intend to attack him, and also of the net itself, and of the various parts of which it consists. All these names are mystical, they are connected with some divinity, and this gives them a magical power, owing to which the deceased can make his escape. 2. I suppose this means fishermen, sons of fishermen. 3. Lit, the hands, the bars, the sides of the frame of the net. 4. The fingers are often mentioned when we should say the hand. The act or the wound is attributed to the fingers. Whose fingers are hidden means he who hides the hand with which he will strike. 5. The instrument in the hand of the deceased. Though the determinative is, it does not necessarily mean that it is made of wood. It may be the determinative of weapons in general. It has prongs, which are compared to nails or claws, so that it probably is a weapon like the bident for spearing fishes, the tines of which are held together by a string. Wilkinson, Manners and Customs, 2nd edition, Volume Roman 2, p. 107. Otherwise it is not unlike a netting needle. Wilkinson, Lock. Sit, p. 175. If it is a weapon, one does not very well understand why it is said to belong to the net. 6. The is evidently the stake or peg to which the end of the clapnet is fastened. But it must be noticed that in the Vignette of London, 9900, this peg is a dagger. Therefore one may speak of its pointed head, brugsch, dict, supple, p. 85, and of its blade. 7. Nemu is perhaps a local name of Horace Brugsch, dict, Geog, p. 71. 8. The god and lion form, Renouf, is the name of the Sphinx, volume v, p. 193. 9. See chapter 149, note 5. 10. We know from an inscription at Dendereh that the drinkers feast on blood, brugsch, dict, supple, p. 18. 11. The late recension of chapter 153 ends here and does not contain 153b. It is followed by this rubric. Said on a figure of the deceased which is placed in a boat. Thou shalt put the sectit boat on his right, and the addit boat on his left. Offerings will be made to him of cakes, beer, and all good things, on the day of the birth of Osiris. He to whom these things have been done will be a living soul forever, and will not die a second time. 12. I consider this word as derived from, which means to mark an object with a cut or with fire, for a religious purpose, or simply as an indication of property. A little further it is spoken of fishes, marked on the tail. 13. We have here the opposition between those who are and those who are not, that is, those who are not yet the future ones. The negative, which often expresses the idea of anteriority, is one of the usual ways of rendering the future, that which has not yet taken place, which is to come. An official of the Zeeth dynasty says, "The king made me his commissioner of works, having charge of present and future work." Zeicher. 1882, p. 8 note. It is said of Isis that she issues her directions for what is and what will be, Steel Metternich, Brugsch, dict, supple, p. 355. 14. See chapter 1, note 8. 15. As they are sometimes mentioned before the gods, I believe the word might be translated, the first beings, the first creatures. Die Arwesen. 16. Here begins the second version of the chapter, which has been added to the other one. 17. This lake is often mentioned in the texts of the pyramids. It is one of the celestial lakes not very distant from the Elysian fields. Plate LVI. Book of the Dead. Chapter Cleib. The chapter of escaping from the catchers of fish. O ye snarers, O ye fowlers, O ye fishers, sons of their fathers, know ye one. What I do know, the name of this very great net, the embracer is its name. Know ye what I do know, the name of its cordage, the bonds of Isis? Know ye what I do know, the name of its stake, the thigh of Tmu? Know ye what I do know, the name of the fork, the finger of Nemu? Know ye what I do know, the name of its point, the nail of Ta? Know ye what I do know, the name of its blade, the knife of Isis? Know ye what I do know, the name of its weight, the iron which is in the sky? Know ye what I do know, the name of its flowers too, the feathers of the hawk? Know ye what I do know, the name of the fisherman, the cynocephalus? Know ye what I do know, the name of the ground 3, where are its limits, the house of the moon? Know ye what I do know, the name of him who fishes there, the great prince who sits on the east of the sky? 4. I am Ra 5, who proceedeth from Nu, and my soul is divine. I am he who produceth food, but I execrate what is wrong. I am Osiris, the possessor of Mot, and I subsist by means of it every day. I am the eternal one, like the bull. 6. I am feared by the cycle of the gods in my name of the eternal one. I am self-originating, together with Nu, in my name of Chepera, from whom I am born daily. I am the Lord of daylight, and I shine like Ra. He gives me life in these his risings in the east. I come to heaven, I take hold of my place in the east. The children of the great God nourish him to whom they have given birth, with sacred offerings. I eat like Shu, I ease myself like Shu. The king of Egypt Osiris is present, Khonsu and Thoth 7. Their laws are within me, they impart warmth 8, to the heavenly host. Notes. This chapter is found only in 2 papyri, Paris, Roman 3, 93, and the Papyrus of Nu. Both of them are, in some parts, very incorrect. The Paris document here and there omits a line. I had to use them both for the translation. The first part of the chapter is only a nomenclature of the various parts of the net, very similar to 153a. The vignette represents a dragnet drawn by 3 dog-headed apes. 1. I believe there is a slight difference of meaning between this old participial form and the usual. I consider that the first form means, do you know well, are you certain to know, or do you pretend to know? 2. I suppose this word means the papyrus flowers which are sometimes tied to the net. Bergman, H.I. p. 53. 3. Where we had in 153a. 4. Here the discrepancies between the two texts are so great that I do not venture to give a translation. 5. The following lines are an abridged recension of chapter 85, where I repeat Renouf's translation. 6. The Bull of Amenta, Osiris, as he is called in the first chapter, see Note 5, Chapter 1. 7. Thoth, the god of letter 3, letter 2C99, letter 2C9F, letter 2CA9, letter 2C9B Hermopolis. Brugsch, Dict. Supple, p. 927, Dict. Geog, p. 749. 8. Lit. Warmth means probably a moral quality. In the Canopus inscription, corresponds to the Greek kappa, eta delta epsilon mu omicron nu iota kappa, letter 1 ff6 sigma. Plate Elvi. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 155. Chapter 156 equals B, M 9900 equals. Illustration. Chapter 158. Chapter 157, Lepsius, taught. Chapter 154, the chapter of not letting the body decay 1. In the Netherworld. Hail to thee, my father Osiris. I have come to embalm thee. Do thou embalm this flesh of mine, for I am perfect like my father Chepera, who is my image, he who does not know corruption. Come, take hold of my breath of life, Lord of the breath, lofty above his equals, vivify too. Me, build me up, thou Lord of the funeral chest. Grant me to go down into the land of eternity, as thou doest when thou art with thy father Tmu, he whose body never decays, he who does not know destruction. I have not done what thou hatest, the command which I obey is that which thy Ka loveth. 3. I have not transgressed it. I have been delivered, being thy follower, O Tmu, from the rottenness which thou allowest to come over every god, every goddess, every animal, every creeping thing which is corruptible. After his soul has departed he dies. 4. And when it has gone down he decays, he is all corruption, all his bones are rottenness, putrefaction. 5. Seizes his limbs and makes his bones break down, his flesh becomes a fetid liquid, his breath is stink, he becomes a multitude of worms. As for me, there are no worms. 6. He is impotent whoever has lost the eye of Shu. 7. Among all gods and goddesses, all birds and fishes, all snakes and worms, all animals altogether, for I cause them to crawl before me, they recognize me and the fear of me prevails over them, and behold every being is alike dead among all animals, all birds, all fishes, all snakes, all worms, their life is like death. Let there be no food for the worms all of them. Let them not come to me when they are born, I shall not be handed over to the destroyer in his cover, who destroys the limbs, the hidden one who causes corruption, who cuts to pieces. 8. Many dead bodies, who lives from destroying. He lives who performs his commands, but I have not been delivered into his fingers. He has not prevailed upon me, for I am under thy command, Lord of the gods. Hail to thee, my father Osiris. Thy limbs are lasting, thou dost not know corruption, there are no worms with thee, thou art not repugnant, thou dost not stink, thou dost not putrefy, thou wilt not become worms. I am Chepera, my limbs are lasting forever. I do not know corruption, I do not rot, I do not putrefy, I do not become worms, I do not lose the eye of Shu. I am, I live, I grow, and when I shall awake in peace, I shall not be in corruption, I shall not be destroyed in my bandages. I shall be free of pestilence, my eye will not be corrupted, my skin will not disappear. My ear will not be deaf, my head will not be taken away from my neck, my tongue will not be torn away, my hair will not be cut off, my eyebrows shall not be shaven off. No grievous harm shall come upon me, my body is firm, it shall not be destroyed. It shall not perish in this earth forever. Notes. This chapter is not frequently met with in the papyri. It was written on the wrappings and the bandages of the dead. For instance, on the funeral cloth of King Thotham's Roman III, where it is not complete. This chapter is interesting, as it shows how repulsive to the Egyptians was the idea of corruption, of the decay of the body, which is described here in most realistic terms. This is one of the reasons why they gave such importance to mummification. Parts of this chapter are very obscure. The translation has been made from the text on the mummy cloth of Thotham's Roman III, supplemented by the papyrus of Nu. The only vignette we have is that of the Turin papyrus, showing a mummy lying on the bed and illumined by the rays of the sun. 1. To pass away, to disappear through corruption or decay. Sometimes it seems to have an active sense, to let something pass away, to lose it. 2. Is generally translated firm, stable, abiding, chapter 1, note 9, but I believe in most cases it has another sense. To vivify, to impart the breath of life, as one may judge from the title of chapter 182, which mentions two acts, one of which is the consequence of the other. The book of vivifying Osiris, giving breath to him whose heart is motionless. In the mythological or celestial geography is the East PL, Roman 4. Their life originates. There also the deceased inhales the breath of life, chapter 57, p. 110, Naville Tot, Einal, p. 28. 3c Sphinx, v. p. 199. 4. I consider as being here the adverb afterwards. His soul goes out, and afterwards he dies, it goes down, and afterwards he decays. 5 lit. The destroyers, the word occurs again further on, the destroyer who is in his bush, or cover, the hidden one. It is evidently a metaphor, for the sense is obvious, it is putrefaction. The word in the Turin papyrus, lit, locks, might apply to the vegetation or the excrescences which are often the sign of putrefaction. 6. The passage is very obscure. I believe the drift of the idea is this. After having described very thoroughly what corruption is, the deceased says, "As for me, I am protected against those evils. Even should every being fall into corruption, having lost the eye of Shu, it is nothing to me, because I am feared by all." Worms do not exist. Is explained by two passages. At Abydos, the priest says to the god Mar, Abydos IP 34, "I have come to perform the ceremonies, for I have not come to do nothing, I have not come in vain." In the poem of Pentor, when Ramesses Roman II, addressing Amen, recalls all he has done to honor the god, he says, "Is it nothing, this thy terrace which I built for thee?" 7. The eye of Shu is either an amulet or a magic power residing in some part of the body, which prevents it from becoming worms. It is the defense against corruption. Further, the deceased says, "I do not become worms, I do not lose the eye of Shu." 8 lit. Plows into dead bodies. Chapter 155. Chapter of the Tad of Gold, 1. Here is thy backbone, 2, thou still heart, here is thy spine, thou still heart, put it close to thee, I have given thee the water thou wantest. 3. Here it is, I have brought to thee the tat in which thy heart rejoiceth. Set on a tat of gold inlaid into the substance of sycamore wood and dipped into juice of ancamo. If it is put on the neck of this Jew, he arrives at the doors of the Tuat, and he comes forth by day, even though he be silent. The tat is put in its place on the first day of the year, as is done to the followers of Osiris. Notes. After the interruption due to chapters 153 and 154, we revert to the series inaugurated by 151, the description of the chamber in which the mummy is deposited, and of the funeral equipment of the deceased, his amulets and ornaments. The Papyrus Roman 393 PB of the Louvre throws several of these chapters into one with the title, The Description of the Hidden Things of the Tuat, and the Vignette, PL. LV represents 3 figures of chapter 151, the statuette, the torch or flame, and the anubis, besides 2 tat of different substances, one of them for the wall and one to be put on the neck of the deceased, and a buckle. The vignette of chapter 155 represents a tat of gold. The various versions of the chapter differ mostly in the rubric. I followed the papyrus of Nebseni Ah, filling up the gaps from other texts. 1. The rubric seems to explain that the text refers to a tat of gold, which is inlaid into the wood of a mummy-shaped coffin, on the neck, and which holds fast by means of the sap or gum of a tree or fruit called ancamo. 2. This shows that the tat is originally a conventional representation of a backbone. 3. The juice or gum just mentioned, in which the tat is dipped. Chapter 156. Chapter of the buckle of carnelian, which is put on the neck of the deceased. The blood of Isis, the virtue of Isis. The magic power of Isis, the magic power of the eye are protecting this the Great One. They prevent any wrong being done to him. This chapter is said on a buckle of carnelian dipped into the juice of ankamu, inlaid into the substance of the sycamore wood, and put on the neck of the deceased. Whoever has this chapter read to him, the virtue of Isis protects him. Horus, the son of Isis, rejoices in seeing him, and no way is barred to him unfailingly. Notes: M. Maspero, who made a special study of this chapter, Le Chapitre de la Boucle, Comptes Rendus de l'Acad, Des Insker, et Bell, Letters 1871, has shown that there are several recensions. This, which is probably the oldest, is taken from the Papyrus of Nebseni, with a few additions from texts of the same date. The protective power of the buckle is shown in the vignette of chapter 93, where a buckle with human hands grasps the deceased by the left arm and prevents him from going towards the east. Chapter 157. Chapter of the vulture of gold, put on the neck of the deceased. Isis has arrived. She hovers over the dwellings, and she searches all the hidden abodes of Horus when he comes out of the northern marshes, knocking down him whose face is evil. She causes him to join the bark and grants him the sovereignty over the worlds. When he has fought a big fight, he decrees what must be done in his honor. He causes fear of him to arise, and he creates terror. His mother, the Great One, uses her protective power, which she has handed over to Horus. Said on a vulture of gold. If this chapter is written on it, it protects the deceased, the powerful one, on the day of the funeral, undeviatingly for times infinite. Notes: this and the 2 following chapters have not been found in the old recension. They are taken from the Turin text. The vignette represents a vulture with outspread wings, which is often found made of cartonnage on the mummies. The same bird is often painted on the ceilings of tombs or temples. Chapter 158. The chapter of the collar of gold, put on the neck of the deceased. O my father, my brother, my mother Isis, I am unveiled and I am seen. I am one of the unveiled ones who see Seb. Said on a collar of gold, on which this chapter has been written, and which is put on the neck of the deceased, the day of his burial. Chapter 159. The chapter of the column of green felspar, 1, put on the neck of the deceased. O thou who comest out every day in the divine house, she who has a big voice, who goeth round, she takes hold of the potent formulae of her father, the mummy which is on the bull. 2. She is renent. Said on a column of green felspar, on which this chapter has been written, and which is put on the neck of the deceased. Notes: the vignette of this chapter and the next show distinctly that there is a miniature column or tent pole with the papyrus capital and papyrus leaves at the base. This chapter is taken from the Turin text. Parts of it are quite unintelligible. 1. A mineral which has not yet been determined. Bruggsch calls it opal. Lepsius thought its color was blue. Dr. Budge translates mother of emerald. Renouf's translation is green felspar. See chapter 29b note. 2. The mummy carried off by the Apis bull, a representation often seen on the coffins after the Xin dynasty. Chapter 160. Giving the column of green felspar. I am the column of green felspar, which cannot be crushed, 1, and which is raised by the hand of Thoth. Injury is an abomination for it. If it is safe, I am safe. If it is not injured, I am not injured. If it receives no cut, I receive no cut. Said by Thoth, arise, come in peace, Lord of Heliopolis, Lord who resides at Pu. When Shu has arrived, he found the stone at Shenemu, as its name is Nesham. He, the deceased, makes his abode in the enclosure of the great god, whilst Tmu resides in his dwelling. 2. His limbs will never be crushed. Notes: for chapter 160, we have a text from London, 9900 AH. It is not complete, but the gaps can very easily be filled up from the papyrus Busca. The vignette of AA represents Thoth bringing the column, enclosed in a box or a casket. 1. I suppose the symbolical expressions of this chapter mean that the Nesham, of which the column is made, is a very hard stone, which is proof against any injury. Or, which I translated crush, means probably grind to powder, and to receive a cut means to be scratched or incised by a sculptor's tool. The power of the amulet consists in making the body of the deceased as hard as Nesham. 2. A variant of when it refers to Tmu Nav Tot, ch. Romans 17 L12. Chapter 161. The chapter of unfastening the opening in the sky. Thoth does it so that it may be finished when he opens the sky with Aten. 1. Ra 2 is living, the tortoise 3 is dead, the body has been offered in the earth, the bones have been offered of En, the west wind of Isis. 4. Ra is living, the tortoise is dead. It is safe that is in the funeral chest of En. Ra is living, the tortoise is dead, the limbs are well wrapped up. Kebe Senef is to keep watch over them for En, the north wind of Osiris. Ra is living, the tortoise is dead. His wrappings have been opened, they reveal his figure. Everybody who has these figures on his coffin, the 4 openings of the sky are open to him. One in the north, it is the wind of Osiris. One in the south, it is the wind of Ah, the moon. One in the west, it is the wind of Isis. One in the east, it is the wind of Nephthys. Every one of these winds, which are at his entrance when he wants it, breathes into his nostrils. Let no one outside know it. It is a mystery which is not known to the common people. Do not reveal it to anyone, may he be thy father or thy son, except thyself. It is a real mystery, and every one of these things is unknown to all men. Notes. This chapter is so short in the Old Recension, Paris, Roman 3:93, that it could hardly be understood without the rubric of the Turin text. The 4 Thoths, each of whom opens a door, are the 4 winds coming from the 4 cardinal points, Zeicher. Fur Eg. Sprake, 1877, p. 28. We have already learned from chapter 59 that it is one of the privileges of the deceased to have the command of the 4 winds. 1. The title is obscure. I suppose that the scribe, who had a very short space at his disposal, left out a word or two. 2. Magic formula, which enables Thoth to open the door. 3. See chapter 83, note 1. Brugsch calls the tortoise the evil principle. 4. The words in brackets, as well as the rubric, are taken from the Turin Totenbuch. Plate LVI. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 162, Lepsius Totenbuch. Chapter 162. Chapter of causing a flame 1. To arise under the head of the deceased. Hail to thee, thou lion, 2. Thou mighty one, with high plumes, the lord of the double crown, who wavest the flail, thou art the lord of the phallus. 3. Thou art vigorous when ariseth the morning light, to the rays of which there is no limit. Thou art the lord of forms, with numerous colors, who conceals himself within his eye to his children. Thou art the mighty enchanter among the cycle of the gods, thou swift runner, with quick strides. Thou art the mighty God who cometh to him who calleth for him, who delivereth the oppressed from his tortures. Come to my voice. I am the cow. Thy name is in my mouth. I am going to utter it. Hakahaka 4. Is thy name. Fura is thy name. Akarsa is thy name. Ankrabata is thy name. Kermisarau is thy name. Karasada is thy name. I adore thy name. I am the cow. Listen to my voice. On the day when thou puttest a flame under the head of Ra, behold, he is in the Tuet, and he is mighty in Heliopolis. 5. Grant that he may be like one who is on earth. He is thy son, who loves thee. Do not ignore his name. Come to Osiris and grant that a flame may arise under his head, for he is the soul of the great body which rests in Heliopolis. The shining one, the form of the firstborn, is his name. Barakatatoa is his name. Come, grant him to be like one of thy followers, for he is even as thou art. Set on the image of a cow, made of pure gold, to be put on the neck of the deceased. Also, if it is painted on new papyrus and put under his head, there will be a quantity of flames all around him like those that are on earth. This is a very great protection, which the cow granted to her son Ra after he had gone to rest. His abode is surrounded by warriors of blazing fire. 6. If thou puttest this goddess on the neck of the ring who is on earth, he is like fire in pursuing his enemies. His horses cannot stop. If thou puttest it on the neck of a man after his death, he is mighty in the Netherworld. Nobody will drive him away from the gates of the Tuat undeviatingly. And thou shalt say when thou puttest this goddess on the neck of the deceased, O Ammon of Ammons, thou who art in the sky, turn thy face towards the body of thy son, make him sound in the netherworld. This book is most secret. Do not let it be seen by any man, for it is forbidden to know it. Let it be hidden. It is called the book of the mistress of the hidden abode. This is the end. Notes. Chapters 160–165 are of a very date. They are of a different character from the other chapters of the Book of the Dead. They belong rather to the magic books of the old Egyptians. When they were written, there was a decay in the religion, which drifted more and more into magic, for which the Egyptians were famous under the Roman Empire. We find there a great number of barbarous words unintelligible to us, and probably also to the old scribes, since they differ widely according to the papyri. They remind us of those which are found in the magical texts, Chabas, Pap, Magique Harris, p. 151. It is probable that chapter 162 is older than the following. Several papyri end with it, and it has the rubric "This is the end," which is found in the older texts after chapter 149. The late Dr. Plate of Leyden made a special study of these chapters and of several others of late date, chapiters supplémentaires du livre des morts, text, traduction et commentaire, Leyde. The collation which he published of various documents is the text on which this translation has been made. The vignette generally consists of a cow, having between her horns a solar disk, with 2 plumes. Occasionally behind her there is a goddess with a cow's head having the same attribute. This cow I consider to be the goddess Nut, the mother of Ra. An image of the cow, made of pure gold, is to be put on the neck of the deceased, or, what would be much easier and cheaper, it is to be painted on a hypocephalus of new papyrus and put under the deceased's head. Part of this chapter is the usual text found on the hypocephaly. The result of the gift of one of these amulets will be that in the netherworld the deceased will be surrounded by flames. This is the effect of the presence of the amulets here described. It does not take place in this world, but in the other, where Ra himself enjoys a similar protection, being surrounded by warriors of blazing fire. This image seems to point to the magnificent sunsets often seen in Egypt. One all the translators have interpreted by heat, the vital heat of the body, but this is not the true sense of the word, which means flame, flame of fire. The root implies the idea of darting, springing forth like a flame or a spark, and not of latent heat. Cannot mean anything except a great quantity of flames. These flames will be the protection of the deceased. 2. The lion addressed by the cow, a god of light and fire, is probably Ra himself. 3. For the connection between generation and light, see Kuhn, Herabkunft des Viewers, p. 70 and ff. 4. These barbarous names, as well as those of the following chapters, have not yet been explained. Their interpretation is to be looked for in the African languages, for chapter 164 connects them with the speech of the Negroes and the Anti of Nubia. 5. I have kept for Renouf's translation, Heliopolis, but it must not be understood as referring to the well-known city at the head of the delta. Is here a city in the other world? It is a name belonging to the mythological and not to the terrestrial geography. 6. I consider the word of the Turin text, or according to other papyri, as connected with fire burning. Chapter 163. Chapters brought from another book, in addition to the coming forth by day. Chapter of not letting the body of a man decay in the netherworld, of rescuing him from the devourers of souls who imprison men in the Tuat, and of not raising his sins on earth against him, but of saving his flesh and his bones from the worms and from every evil-doing god in the netherworld, so that he may go in and out as he likes, and do everything he desires without restraint. I am the soul of the great body which rests in Ohabu. I am protecting the body of Hanerta, the lord of motion, who rests in the marshes of Senhakarikana. O thou soul of souls, who art not unwilling to rise when thou restest in thy body which dwelleth in Senhakarikana. Come to Osiris N, deliver him from the powers of the god whose face is terrible, who takes possession of the heart and takes hold of the limbs. A flame rushes out of their mouths so that they consume the souls. O he who goes to rest in his body, and then rises a burning heat, blazing even within the sea, and the sea goes up because of this burning vapor at the time of the morning. Come, bring thy fire. Pour thy burning vapor on him who will raise his hand against Osiris En for ever and ever. Hail, Osiris En, thy duration is that of the sky, thy duration is the duration of the ultimate circles. 1. The sky holds thy soul, this earth holds thy figure. Deliver Osiris, and do not let him be carried away by his enemies, to him who devours the soul, who raises evil accusations. Restore his soul to his body and his body to his soul. It is he who is hidden in the pupil, in the eye of Shero. Shapuarica is his name. He resides on the northwest front of Apt, in the land of Nubia, and he will never navigate towards the east. O Ammon the bull, the scarab, the lord of the two eyes whose name is, he with the terrible pupil. Osiris En is the image of thy two eyes, Shero is the name of one, Shapuarica is the name of the other one. He is Shaka Ammon, Shaka Nasserohout, Tmu who illuminates the two earths is his true name. Come to Osiris En, he belongs to the land of truth, do not leave him alone. He is of the land which is not seen again. Thy name is with the mighty glorified. 2. He is the soul of the great body which is in size of Neath. Set on a serpent having 2 legs and bearing a 2-horned disc. 2 eyes are before him, having 2 legs and 2 wings. In the pupil of one is the image of one raising his arm, with the face of Bes, wearing his plumes, and having the back of a hawk. It is painted with Antai and Shethu, mixed with green color of the south, and with water from the western lake of Egypt, on a bandage of new linen, in which all the limbs of a man will be wrapped. Thus he will not be driven away from all the gates of the Tuet. He will eat, drink, ease his body as if he were on earth. No outcry will be raised against him. His enemies will be powerless against him. If this book is read on earth, 3. He is not carried away by the messengers, the wicked ones who do evil on all the earth, and he will not be wounded, he will not die from the blow of the king. He will not be taken to prison, for he will go into his attendants and go out victorious, he will be free from the fear of evildoers who are on the whole earth. Notes. This chapter begins with a general title applying to 163.5, and probably to other ones not included in the Papyrus of Turin. Chapters brought from another book, an addition to the coming forth by day. This means that these chapters were not considered as belonging to the coming forth by day, the original Book of the Dead, which in old times ended with chapter 149 and later on with chapter 162. The vignettes represent the figures described in the rubric for which the chapter was written. Dr. Plate first discovered that this chapter is a kind of dialogue, consisting of words spoken by the god and a prayer addressed to him in favor of the deceased. The strange names which occur in the text lead us here also to Africa, since it is said of the deceased that he resides in Apt of Nubia, Napata. One a papyrus, in Turin of a woman, reads here etc. Thy duration is the duration of the ultimate circles. 2. Chu, Renouf either keeps the Egyptian word or translates, the glorious ones the glorified. See note 1 ch, 1 ch, 15 etc. 3. The amulet has also an influence on earth. It protects a man against hidden dangers, which arise not from men but from some invisible causes and agents like those evil messengers, probably spirits, who might be called angels. I believe that the blow of the king must mean some sudden illness-like. Dr. Plate also considers this part of the rubric as applying to a man's life on earth. There is only this expression which does not agree with this explanation, and would rather lead us to think that what is described in this part of the rubric takes place in the other world. Chapter 164. Another chapter. Hail, Sekhet Bast, daughter of Ra, lady of the gods, who holdeth her fan of plumes, the lady of the scarlet garment, the mistress of the white and red crown, the only one who stands above her father, when there are no gods to stand above her. The great magician in the boat of millions of years, lofty when she rises in the abode of silence, the mother of the Shakas, the royal wife of the lion Haka. These are the forms of the princess, the mistress of the funereal chamber, the mother on the horizon of the sky, the joyful, the beloved, who destroyeth the rebels collected in her fist. She stands at the prow of the boat of her father, in order to strike down the evildoer, in order to place Mot at the prow of the boat of Ra. Neath, the burning one, after whom nothing remains, She who follows Kehero, who follows Saram Keheromet is thy name, thou art the mighty burning wind behind Kanas. 1. At the prow of the boat of her father Herpukaka, Sherashaba, in the language of the Negroes and of the Anti of the land of Nubia. 2. Acclamations to thee, mightier than the gods, thou art praised by the gods of Hermopolis, the living spirits who are in their tabernacles. They give praise to the valor of Mut. 3. And they begin to bring offerings to the mysterious gates. Their bones are sound, they are delivered from dangers, they become powerful in the eternal abode, they are delivered from the society of the wicked one, the spirit with a terrible face, which is among the assembly of the gods. The child 4. Who is born of him with the terrible face will hide his body to the cursed serpent whose breath is burning, because he has found the names. The mysterious lion is one, the soul of the dwarf is the other. As for the eye of the great one, the princess of the gods, her name is she who partakes of the name of Mut. His soul is powerful, his body is sound. They are safe from the abode of the enemies who are in the society of the wicked one. They will not be imprisoned. These words which were spoken by the mouth of the goddess herself have become the words of the goddesses, and the male gods, and of every soul to whom a burial is given. Said on a Mut having 3 faces. One is the face of the Pekka vulture having 2 plumes, the other is the face of a man, wearing the red and the white crown. The other is a face of a ner vulture, having 2 plumes, with a phallus and wings and the claws of a lion. It is painted with with resin, mixed with green color, on a scarlet bandage. There is a dwarf in front and behind her. He looks at her and wears 2 plumes. He has 1 arm raised, and he has 2 faces, one of a hawk and the other of a man. He whose body is wrapped up in these bandages, he is mighty among the gods in the Netherworld. He is never repulsed. His flesh and his bones are like one who never died. He drinks at the source of the river, he receives fields in the garden of Aru. A star in the sky is given to him. He is delivered from the fiend serpent with a burning mouth. His soul will not be imprisoned like a bird. He will be lord of those around him, and he will not be eaten by worms. Notes. The translation of these magical chapters is still more uncertain than that of the rest of the book, and the text is often very corrupt. The vignette consists of the 3 figures described in the rubric. That which is given here is taken from the Turin papyrus. It differs slightly from the description and from the vignettes of the other texts. The middle figure should have a man's body with a lion's claws. 1. A papyrus at Leyden reads, "Hear the enemies." 2. There it is said distinctly that these barbarous words belong to African languages. They are probably not all proper names. Some of them seem to have a sense which we have not yet discovered. For instance, the word shakas in this expression, the mother of the shakas. 3. Very uncertain text. 4. These words seem to apply to the deceased. Chapter 165. Chapter of landing and not being obscured, so that the body may prosper in drinking water. 1. O the very high one, the great one. Amen, Amen, the lion Kasapa. The firstborn of the gods, on the east of the sky. Ammon of the Takrudi. Ammon who hides his colors, whose forms are mysterious, and who is master of the horns of Horus. The great one of Nut. Karki is thy name. Kasaka is thy name. The Sphinx is thy name. Kasabaka is thy name. Ammon of the Enkek Takashar, Ammon the Sphinx is thy name. O Ammon, I implore thee. Behold, I know thy name, thy forms are in my mouth, too, and thy colors in my eyes. Come towards thy offspring, thy form, Osiris, and bring him towards the gate of eternity, grant him to rest in the Tuat, that his flesh may be entire in the Netherworld, that his soul may be powerful, that his body may be complete. 3. That he may be free from the society of the wicked one, that he may never be fettered. I implore thy name, and thou art a shield for me, for thou believest that I know thee. O great one, great one. Ammon the hidden one is thy name. Rukashaka is thy name. Thou art for me a shield. Barkai is thy name. Markata is thy name. The Sphinx is thy name. Nasakabuba is thy name. Tanasasa is thy name. Sharshadakata is thy name. Ammon, Ammon, O God, Ammon. I implore thy name, and as I have given thee to understand that I know thee, grant me to rest in the Tuat, and that all my limbs be reunited. Said by the spirit which is in Nut, I am doing all thou hast said. Set on the figure with raised arm. There are plumes on its head, its legs are apart, its torso is a scarab. It is painted in blue with liquid gum. Set also on a figure the middle part of which is that of a man. His arms are hanging down. The head of a ram is on his right shoulder, and another on his left shoulder. Thou wilt paint on one bandage the two figures of the god with raised arm, and put it across the chest of the deceased, so that the two painted figures may be on his breast. He to whom this has been done, the impure ones in the tuet can do nothing to him. He drinks the running water of the stream, he shines like a star in the sky. 4. Notes. The vignettes consist of the amulets described in the rubrics. 1. The explanation to this extraordinary title seems to be given in the last sentence of the rubric, where it is said of the deceased, "He drinks the running water of the stream, he shines like a star in the sky." The amulet for which this text was written will prevent the deceased, who is to be as bright as a star, from having his light taken from him, from being obscured. The other blessing conferred upon him is that of drinking water of the stream. It is difficult to say why these two blessings alone are mentioned. 2. I am ready to utter the names of thy different forms, and I see thy various colors. 3. That his body may be reconstituted. It is curious to find in so late texts a vague remembrance of what seems to have been the prevalent custom in prehistoric times, and perhaps also during the Thinite period, the dismemberment of the body of the deceased. This custom was so entirely superseded by the opposite process, the mummification and the careful preservation of the body, that the old tradition is always mentioned with horror and disgust. The Book of the Dead is full of objurgations against the dismemberment of the body. 4. The Turin Tatenbuch ends here. Chapter 166. Chapter of the Pillow. Awake, thy sufferings are allayed, and thou art awaked when thy head is above the horizon. Stand up, thou art triumphant by means of what has been done to thee. Ptah has struck down thine enemies. It has been ordered what should be done to thee. Thou 1. Art Horus, the son of Hathor, the flame born of a flame, 2, to whom his head has been restored after it had been cut off. Thy head will never be taken from thee henceforth. Thy head will never be carried away. Notes. With chapter 166 begins a series of chapters which are not in the Tatenbuch, and which have been collected from various papyri. For most of them, there is only one text, therefore the translation is often very uncertain. This chapter, which is taken from London 9900 A, seems to be only a variant, with a few additional sentences, of chapter 43, chapter whereby the head of a person is not severed from him in the Netherworld. It alludes to the reconstitution of the body of the deceased, and to providing him with all his sepulchral equipment. Headrests like that which is represented in the vignette are often found in the tombs with the coffins already at the time of the Zith dynasty. Chapter 166 was first discovered and translated by Dr. Birch Zeicher, 1868, p. 82. 1. Here begin the words of chapter 43. 2. The second word should be taken as a patronymic, flameborn. Chapter 43 has. Chapter 167. Chapter of bringing an eye. When Thoth had brought the eye, he appeased the eye after Ra had wounded 1. Her, she was raging furiously, and then Thoth calmed her after she had gone away raging. As I am sound, she is sound, and N is sound. Notes. This chapter, taken also from London 9900, is a mere abridgment of lines 30-34 in chapter 17. It refers probably to an eclipse. The eye, the moon, is pierced or wounded by Ra, which causes the goddess to be furious. Then, according to chapter 17, Thoth calms her troubled state, Brugsh, and brings her whole and sound without any defect. This is called to appease the goddess. 1. The correct reading according to chapter 17 is, or Brugsh dict. Supple, p. 751 translates the word, to pierce. Chapter 168. Chapter 168 should not have been placed among those of the Book of the Dead. It belongs to another book similar to the book engraved on the walls of the royal tombs. It describes gods and genii of the bounds, 1. In the Tuet who confer certain blessings on the deceased, such as this, those who lift up their faces towards the sky at the prow of the boat of Ra, grant that Osiris may see Ra when he rises. A vignette gives the appearance of the god or genius spoken of. Every one of them is followed by this sentence. For the libation of a vase has been made on earth by Osiris, and who is now the Lord of abundance, and goes round the garden of Hopit. The three versions which have been preserved of this text are very fragmentary. The most complete, Papyrus 10,478 of the British Museum, contains only the 7 to 12. As the interest of this text, the character of which is chiefly pictorial, lies in the vignettes, it has been thought unnecessary to give a translation of it. 1 See Note 2, Chapter 127. Chapter 169. Chapter of Raising the Funereal Bed. Thou art a lion, thou art a sphinx, thou art Horus who avengeth his father. Thou art these four gods, those glorious ones who are shouting for joy, who are making incantations, and who bring out water by the power of the tramp of their feet. Thou risest on the right, thou risest on the left. Seb has opened thy blind eyes, 1. He has loosened thy legs which were fettered. Thou hast received thy heart of thy mother, thy whole heart of thy own body. Thy soul is in the sky, thy body is under the ground. There is bread for thy body, water for thy throat, sweet breeze for thy nostrils. Thou restest in their funereal chambers, which those who are in their coffins have opened for thee and for thy, when thou journeyst. Thou art firm on thy pedestal, of thy existence, thou appearest in heaven, and thou fastenest the tackle too, by the side of Ra. Thou fishest with the net on the river, the water of which thou drinkest. Thou walkest on thy feet, and thou dost not walk headlong. Thou appearest on the surface of the earth, and thou doest not come forth from under solid ground, the strength 3. Which is in thee will not be shaken through the action of the God of thy domain. Thou art pure, thy forepart is purified. Thy hindpart is cleansed with bet and natron, and cooled with incense. Thou art purified with the milk, given to Apis, and with beer of the goddess Tenemet, with natron which removes all what is wrong in thee, and which was provided by the daughter of Ra when she gave it to her father Ra, and when she raised for thee the mountain where is buried her father Osiris. 4. I have taken a bite of these sweet things which are on the hands, of Osiris and the loaves, from above, which belong to Ra, made of grain of Abu, and 4 loaves from below which belong to Seb, made of grain from the south. The god, 5. Of thy domain brings thee the field of Hotbit, his hands are before thee. Thou goest out like Ra, thou art powerful like Ra, thou art in possession of thy feet. Osiris-En is in possession of his feet at all times and at all hours. Thou wilt not be judged, thou wilt not be imprisoned, thou wilt not be guarded, thou wilt not be put in bonds, thou wilt not be placed in the house where are the enemies. Cakes are piled up before thee, and offerings are well guarded for thee. There is no one to oppose thee, and to prevent thee from going out. Thou receivest thy clothing, thy sandals, thy stick, thy linen, thy weapons, with which thou wilt cut off heads, thou wilt twist round the necks of thy foes. These enemies who would bring death to thee, they will not approach thee. The great God speaks to thee, let him be brought here for all that will happen. The hawk rejoices in thee, the cackler cackles to thee, Ra opens to thee the doors of the sky. Seb opens for thee the earth. Thou art great, a mighty 6. Chu, whose name is not known, the soul which opens the Amenta. It is mighty this soul of En, for he 7. Is beloved of Ra and well-pleasing to his circle, he joins the ways, he guards the men, and guides the lion to the place where his ka is propitiated. En, the Lord of mankind, causes thee to live, and that thy soul be sound, that thy body may be enduring and great, that thou mayest see the light. 8. And breathe the wind, that thy face may be revealed in the house of right, that thou mayest be stationed in the meadow, and not see any storm, that thou mayest follow the Lord of the 2 earths, that thou mayest refresh thyself under the merit tree by the side of the goddess, the great magician. 9. Seshate is sitting in front of thee. Sow is protecting thy limbs, the bull milks for thee his cows which are in the train of horsejate. 10. Thou washest thy face at the mouth of the stream of Cheraba, thou art welcome to the great gods of Pu and Tepu. 11. Thou seest Thoth conversing with Ra in the sky. Thou goest out and goest in into Anat, thou conversest with the Rehu. Thy ka is with thee, that thou mayest rejoice, and the heart of thy birth, thou wakest thy, are happy. The cycle of the gods give pleasure to thy heart. Thou goest out and thou seest 4 loaves for thee from Shechem, and 4 loaves from Hermopolis. Thou goest out and there are 4 loaves from Heliopolis on the table of the Lord of the 2 earths. thou wakest in the night, and thou art welcome to the lords of Heliopolis. Who 12 is in thy mouth, thy feet do not turn back, there is life in thy limbs. Thou seizest the sma, 13. At Abydos, and thou conductest victuals to the great gods and vases of drink to those who are above the clouds in the festival of Osiris. On the morning of the Uak festival, the Hersheta priest decks thee with gold. Thy garment is well arranged with byssus, the Nile rises over thy body, thou art glorious. 14. Thou drinkest on the shore of the lake, thou art welcome to the gods who are in it. Thou comest forth in the sky with the gods who bring Mot to Ra, thou art brought before the cycle of the gods, thou art like one of them. Thou art the gander among the geese which are offered to Ta-Ainbefers. Notes: this chapter and the following are found in one papyrus only, Paris, Roman 3, 93, a document more remarkable for the beauty of its vignettes than for the correctness of the text. Both chapters refer to the funereal bed or couch on which the deceased will lie like Osiris. None of them has a vignette. As in the course of these chapters there is no mention of the bed itself, we must suppose that they were read while the bed was raised or arranged. The translation of this text is particularly difficult and often conjectural, owing to our papyrus having no other document to compare it with. 1. All this bears a great resemblance to chapter 26. 2. And landing, see chapter 99. 3. I have kept Renouf's translation, strength, but I believe the sense is the same as before, solid ground, dry land, continent, fest, brugsch, as we find in this sentence from the stele at Abusimbel. The mountains, the water, and the continents are shaken by thy name. 4. For the mountain, where the burial of Osiris takes place, see vignette to chapter 186. 5. I translate as if there was. 6. Mighty, Renouf's translation. I should prefer distinguished eminent, see note 2, chapters 141-3. 7. I read here. 8. The light kindled for his ka, see chapter 132, and b, and which gives life to the ka. The lighting of a lamp is a symbol of the birth, lep, denkum, Roman 3, 74c, and accompanies it. 9. For this word I have not followed Renouf's translation, which would have been, the master of the words of power, see chapter 108. 10. A name of Isis, represented as a cow and worshipped as such chiefly in the town of Apis, the capital of the Libyan nome near Lake Merodes. The bull there was Osiris, and the calf Horus, see note 4 on chapter 109. 11. See note 5 on chapter 18. 12. The god of abundance. 13. An unknown object, however the sense is clear. This means, thou becomest the lookout of the ship which is transporting victuals, see chapters 109 and 149b. 14. The text seems to be very incomplete here. Chapter 170. Chapter of arranging the funereal bed. Thy limbs have been given thee, thou takest hold of thy bones, I have set for thee thy limbs. The earth is bent upon protecting thy flesh. Thou art Horus who is within the egg. When thou art raised, thou seest the divine body of Ra, thou marchest towards the horizon, to the place where thou likest to be. And when thou art there, there are hailings and cries of welcome, with all good things which appear on the altar. Horus has raised thee when he rose himself, as he did for him who is in the sacred abode. Hail, Osiris, thou art born twice. Ua has raised thee, Anubis on his mountain has caused thy bandages to grow upon thee. O, Entosicaris grants thee to put thy hand on the ornaments of the divine house. O, Thoth himself comes to thee with the writing of divine words. He grants thee to direct thyself towards the horizon of the sky to the place where thy ka likes to be. He has done it to Osiris on the night when he came forth living. Thy white diadem is established on thy brow. The god Nemu is with thee, he grants thee to be at the head of the. Hail, arise on thy bed, and come forth. Thou art raised by Ra on the horizon of the Mahdi in his boat. Hail, thou art raised by Tmu, who grants thee to endure forever. Hail, thou art raised by Amsu of Coptos, thou art adored by the gods of the shrine. Hail, blessed be thy coming in peace to thy house of eternity, and to thy everlasting monument. Salutations to thee in Putepu, in the shrine which thy ka loveth, within thy dwelling. Mighty is thy soul, thou hast been raised from thy resting couch, thou art greater than the victim, which has been embraced by the gods. Thou art like the God who begets the beings. It is admirable what thou createst more than that of the gods. Thy splendor is greater than that of the glorified. Thy spirits are mightier than those who are in. Hail N, thou art raised by Ta Ainbefers, who puts thy dwelling in front of that of the gods. Hail N, thou art Horus, the son of Osiris, begotten by Ta, created by Nut. Thou shinest like Ra on the horizon when he lighteth the two earths by his rays. The gods say to thee, Come, come forth, see what belongs to thee in thy house of eternity. Thou hast been raised by Ren-Nut, the Great One, who conceived Tmu in the presence of the circle of the gods of Nut. I am the second outcome of the sky, and the third of him who makes his light. I have come out of the womb. I have been an infant like my father. There are no perverse actions of mine in the various events of my lot. Chapter 171. Chapter of wrapping up the deceased in a pure garment. Otmu, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Sut, Nephthys, Horus of the two horizons, Hathor in the great dwelling. Chepera, Mental lord of Thebes, Ammon lord of Nestoi, ye the great cycle of the gods, ye the small cycle of the gods, ye gods and goddesses issued from Nu, Sebek of Shet, Sebek in all his manifold names, in all the abodes where his Ka likes to be, ye gods of the south and of the north, ye gods in heaven and on earth, grant a pure garment to the mighty Chuan. Give him to be glorious by it, and destroy all that was wrong in him. This pure garment of En has been allotted to him forever, for eternity, for you destroy all that is wrong in him. Notes. This chapter, which has no vignette, is found in one papyrus only, written for a deceased of the name of a Monophys. Its Theban origin is clearly indicated by the mention of Mentu and Ammon, the two great gods of Thebes. Its character is different from the Book of the Dead in general. It seems to be part of a ritual such as the ritual of Ammon and Mut, with which it has a great likeness. See Mort, Riddle du Culte Divin, ch. 6. 1. The clothing in a pure or perhaps a clean garment will be the sign that all that was wrong in the deceased has been destroyed by the gods. Therefore the deceased calls on them, asking them to complete this destruction in order that he may shine or be glorious, wearing the pure garment. It is alluded to in the next chapter, 5th verse. Thou puttest on the pure garment, and thou divestest the apron, when thou stretchest thyself on the funereal bed. Chapter 172. Beginning of the chapter of reciting the ceremonies made in the Netherworld. 1. With bet incense, I inhale the smell of natron and incense. I have been purified through the sacred utterances coming out of my mouth. I am pure verily, of the fishes in the river, towards the statue in the house of purification, they are pure the words of En. Blessed be thou, En, thou art well-pleasing to Ta, well-pleasing to Ainbefers, well-pleasing to all gods, well-pleasing to all goddesses. Thy beauties are like a quiet stream, like the choicest water. Thy beauties are like a festival hall in which everyone exalts his god. Thy beauties are like the pillars of Ta, like the shoots of the Mount, 2. Plant of Ra. En is the pillar of Ta and the ewer of Ainbefers. O 3. Thou who art called aloud, thou who art called aloud, thou the lamented, thou art glorified, thou art exalted, thou art glorious, thou art strong. O thou who art raised up, thou art raised up, En has been raised up by means of all the manifold ceremonies done to him. Thy enemies are struck down, Ta has struck down thine enemies, thou art victorious, and thou hast dominion over them. Thy words are listened to, what thou hast ordered is done, thou art raised, thou art triumphant before 4. The circles of gods attached to every god and every goddess. O thou who art called aloud, Bis, 2nd verse. Thy head is woven by a woman from Asia, thy face shines brighter than the moon, the top of thy head is lapis blue, thy hair is darker than the doors of the Tuat, thy hair is black like the night, thy forehead is adorned of blue, the rays of Horus are on thy face. Thy garments are of gold, Horus has decked them with blue, thy eyebrows, the two sisters joined together, Horus has adorned them with blue, thy nose inhales the perfume. And thy nostrils are like the winds in the sky. Thy eyes are the seers of the hill of Baco, thy upper eyelids are enduring forever. Their lashes are of real lapis, thy pupils are pleasant gifts, and thy lower eyelids are painted with antimony. Thy lips utter for thee words of truth, they repeat the words of truth of Ra which are well-pleasing to the gods. Thy teeth are the two heads of the serpent by which the two gods are seized, thy tongue is voluble, thy voice is more shrill than that of the bird in the marshes, thy ears are well established at their place, they go with thee to the land of Amenta. O thou who art called aloud, bis, third verse. Thy neck is adorned with gold, it is girt with electron. 5. Thy throat and thy lungs are like Anubis. 6. Thy backbone is like the Uit goddesses, thy back is lined with gold and girt with electron, thy loins. 7. Are like Nephthys. 8 is a Nile which is flowing. Thy buttocks are 2 eggs of crystal, thy legs are well fastened for walking, thou art sitting in thy place. Thou hast received from the gods thy 2 eyes. O thou who art called aloud, bis, 4th verse. Thy throat is like Anubis, thy limbs are necklaces made of gold. Thy breasts are 2 eggs of crystal which Horus has painted blue, thy forearms are adorned with topaz, thy shoulders are well established on their base. Thy heart is happy every day, thy whole heart is the work of the 2 divine powers, thy body worships the stars of the gods above and below. For thy belly is like a calm sky, and thy bowels are the 2 at which nobody can fathom, and which sends out light in the dark night. Its offerings are eatable plants. He praiseth the majesty of Thoth, saying, the desires of his beautiful person take place in my tomb, as my God commanded me. Every pure thing he loves is there. O thou who art called aloud, bis, 5th verse. Thy thighs are a pond in a time of abundant inundation. A pond which is lined by the children of the god of water. Thy legs which go to and fro are of gold. Thy knees are lentisks in the marshes, thy feet are firm every day, thy shin bones lead thee on the right path. Thy arms are pillars on their bases, thy fingers are of gold, their nails are like knives of flint in what they do for thee. O thou who art called aloud, bis. Thou puttest on the pure garment, and thou divestest thy apron, when thou stretchest thyself on the funereal bed. Haunches are cut for thy caw, and a heart is offered unto thy mummy. Thou receivest a bandage of the finest linen from the hands of the attendant. 9. Of Ra, thou eatest on thy resting couch bread which has been baked by the fire goddess herself. Thou eatest the haunch, thou seizest the meat which has been prepared by Ra in his holy place. Thou washest thy feet in silver basins made by the skillful artist Sicarius. Thou eatest bread placed on the altar, and prepared by the holy fathers, thou livest upon baked cakes and hot drinks from the storehouse. Thou inhalest the smell of flowers, thy heart is not reluctant at the sight of offerings. Thy ministrants make for thee the loaves and the cakes of the powers of Heliopolis, and they themselves bring thee the sacred things. Thy offerings have been chosen for thee, and thy ordinances are in the gates of the great dwelling. Thou risest like Sahu, and thou arrivest like the morning star. Nut stretches forth her arms towards thee. Sahu, the son of Ra, and Nut, the mother of the gods, the 2 great gods of the sky, they speak one to another, saying, take him in thy arms. I have brought in my arms the form of En in the happy day when he is glorified, when his memory is recorded, when he is in the mouth of all generations. Thou, raised one, thou hearest how thou art glorified throughout all thy house. O thou who, 7th verse. Anubis has given him his shroud. He has done all that pleased him. The high priest has prepared his ribbon, for he is the provider of the great God. Thou goest and washest thyself in the lake of perfection. Thou makest offerings in the house of the gods of the sky, and thou propitiatest the Lord of Heliopolis. Thou receivest the water of Ra in ewers, and milk in large vases. O thou raised one, thou makest offerings on the altar, and thou washest thy feet upon the stone of the banks of the divine lake. Thou comest forth, and thou seest Ra upon the 4 pillars, which are the arms of the sky, on the head of Anmuteph, and on the arms of a Puet who opens for thee the path. Thou seest the horizon, where are all the sacred things which thou desirest. O thou who are called aloud, bis, 8th verse. All the good things have been spread out for thee. Before Ra thou hast a beginning, and thou hast an end, as Horus and Thoth have ordered for thee. They call upon En, they see how he is glorious, they give him to come forth like a god to meet the powers of Heliopolis. Thou journeyst on the great path as thy mummy has received the sacred things from thy father. Thy hands are wrapped in linen every day. The beginning of the journey of the god is at the gate of the great dwelling. O thou who art called aloud, bis, 9th verse. En breatheth the air for his nose and for his nostrils. He receiveth 1,000 geese and 60 baskets of all things good and pure. Thy enemies have been struck down, they are no more. Notes. This chapter is taken from Papyrus London 9900 AH. It has no vignette, The translation here given is that which I published in 1873, Zeitschrift, 1873, pp. 25 and 81, with a few changes. 1. Lacony. 2. Perhaps the which M. Lauret has identified as being the celery, Recueil, volume Roman 16, p. 4. 3. Here begins a hymn, the first words of which are O thou who art called aloud, repeated twice. These words have become the name of the hymn, as we say the Magnificat or the Te Deum. The hymn is divided into 9 fragments or verses. Renouf, Life Work, volume Roman 2, p. 390. 4. Renouf's translation. See chapter 18, section 10. Rather than before, I should translate through the action of. 5. Electron is Lepsius's translation. Renouf, who translates copper, has discussed the point in a letter to Lepsius, Life Work, volume Roman 2, p. 2. 6. I believe this means made of black metal, probably silver, blackened by some chemical process. 7. Papyrus Ebers, foramen rectum. 8. The text has here an evident blunder. We should read here the phallus. 9. Brugschdicht, supple, p. 1021, translates Audi, Bettenmacher. Plate Licks. Book of the Dead. Chapter 173. The addresses of Horus to his father when he goes in to see his father, and when he comes out of his great sanctuary to see him Ra-un-Neferu, the master of Tatsur, and then they embrace one another. Therefore he is glorious in the Netherworld. Hail, Osiris, I am thy son Horus, I have come, 1. I have avenged thee. I have struck down thy enemies. I have destroyed all that was wrong in thee. I have killed him who assailed thee. I stretched forth my hand for thee against thy adversaries. I have brought thee the companions of Sut with chains upon them. I have brought thee the land of the south. I have added to thee the land of the north. I have settled for thee the divine offerings from the north and the south. I have plowed for thee the fields. I have irrigated for thee thy land. I have hoed for thee the ground. I have built for thee ponds of water. I have turned up the soil of thy possessions. I have made there for thee sacrifices of thy adversaries. I have made sacrifices for thee of thy cattle and thy victims. I have supplied there in abundance. I have brought thee. I have sacrificed for thee. I have shot for thee antelopes and bulls. I have plucked for thee geese and waterfowl. I have bound thy enemies in their chains. I have fettered thy enemies with their ropes. I have brought thee from Elephantine the fresh water, which refreshes thy heart. I have brought thee all the plants. I have settled for thee on the earth all thy subsistence as to Ra. I have made for thee bread at Pu with red grain. I have made for thee drink at Tepu with white grain. I have plowed for thee wheat and barley in the field of Aru. I have mowed them there for thee. I have glorified thee. I have given thee thy soul. I have given thee thy power. I have given thee. I have given thee. I have given thee the dread which thou inspirest. I have given thee thy bravery. I have given thee thy 2 eyes, the 2 plumes which are on thy head. I have given thee Isis and Nephthys, they are placed on thee. I have anointed thee with the offering of holy oil. I have brought thee the offering by which thy face is destroyed. 2. Notes. This chapter is taken also from London 9900. The vignette at the end represents Osiris sitting in a naos. Before him are the offerings of fowl and cattle which Horus presents to his father. At the beginning, the deceased is seen, with raised arms. He is supposed to be Horus, and above him are written the following words. Adoration to Osiris, Kentomenta, the great god, the lord of Abydos, king forever, prince of eternity, the venerable god in Restau, pronounced by N. I give thee grain, lord of the gods, the one god who liveth on justice. I am thy son Horus. I have come to thee. I avenge thee, I bring to thee Mot, to the place where is the circle of thy gods. Grant me to be among thy followers, and to smite thy enemies. I have established for thee thy food offerings on the earth forever. This chapter was first published and translated in the Zeitschrift, volume Roman 13, p. 83. 1. These words are repeated before every one of the following sentences. 2. This sentence is abridged. It is given in full by the ritual ad Abydos. I have anointed thy head with the oil of the brow of Horus. If it is destroyed there, on his brow, he is destroyed as God. i.e., his divinity is destroyed. Plate LX. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 183, AG. Illustration. Chapter 184, pp. Illustration. Chapter 185, LA. Chapter 174. Chapter of causing the Chu to come out of the great door in the sky. It is read 1, to thee by thy son Horus. The great ones tremble when they see the sword which is in thy hand, when thou goest out of the Tuet. Hail to thee, the wise one, created by Seb, born of Nut. The cycles of the gods are at rest. Horus rests in his dwelling too. Tum rests in his abode. All the gods of east and west rest in the great goddess 3, of the birth, between the arms of her who gave birth to the god. When I am born I see, I recognize where I am, I have been raised on my place. The order has been accomplished of her who hates sleep and depression, and who stands in Utenet. My bread comes from Pu, and I receive my form in Heliopolis. Horus, in accordance with the command he had received from his father the Lord of Clouds, Estes, raised him, and I have been raised by Tmu. I am the Great One. I come forth between the legs of the cycle of the gods. I have been conceived by Sechet and Shestet, 4. Gave me birth to be her star, Sothis, the first one, the great walker who brings Ra through the sky every day. I have come to my abode. I have united the 2 diadems. I shine like a star. O ye flowers, the name of which is the precious bunch, I am the lotus which cometh out of the holy earth. When I am plucked, I settle myself at the nostrils of the great figure. I have come out of the lake of flame. I have received justice instead of evil. I am near the white cloth 5, and I keep watch over the Uri in the night of the great flood of tears. 6. I shine like Nefertmu the lotus which is at the nostril of Ra when he comes forth on the horizon every day, and the gods are purified by his sight. En is triumphant among the Ka, smiting the hearts through his great wisdom. He is near the god, he is the Sao 7. The knowing one at the western right side of Ra. I have come to my abode among the Ka, uniting the hearts through my great wisdom. I am Sao near the god at the western side of Ra, my scepter is in my hand. I am called the great favorite, as I am clad in red garments. I am Sao on the western side of Ra, with a stout heart in the cave of Nu. Notes. This chapter is already found in the Pyramid of Unas, L 379-399. Prof. Erman Zeicher. Roman 33, p2, has made a special study of it, and has pointed out that the title of this chapter originates from a misunderstanding of the word, which should be a star and not a gate or a door. Were it not for the vignette, which represents the deceased, the woman Muthot pit coming out of a door, we should translate, Chapter of the coming forth of the Chu as a great star in the sky, in accordance with these words found in the course of the chapter. Shestet gave me birth to be her star, Sothis, etc. 2 papyri only contain this chapter, one in London and one in Paris. The London text has a vignette with these words, the coming out of the door in the sky by. 1. M. Maspero translates, Tun fils tia fate le sacrifice. The word is employed here as in the rubric of chapter 141, to say, to speak. This speech is a ceremonial act, one of the done for the deceased. 2. We noticed before chapter 160, note 2, that is a variant for when applying to TMU. Here it applies to Horus. The unknown word being parallel, I give it conjecturally a similar sense. 3. The Great One, the Great Goddess, and its variants etc., occur frequently in the Book of the Dead and seem to be a name of the sky. 4, which is found in the papyrus, is clearly a mistake for the name of the goddess Shestet, which we read in the text of Unas. 5, perhaps a tent in which he will shelter the Uri. 6. See Note 1, Chapter 4 and Lifework, Volume Roman 3, p. 46. I suppose it means here a heavy rain. 7. In the pictures in the royal tombs, the sun god stands in his boat between and, here it is said that Sao is at the west of Ra, meaning on his right side. Ra is spoken of here as if he were a human being, turning towards the south as all Egyptians did. His west is his right-hand side. Even now the Egyptian Fellahin in their language do not often say right and left, they generally make use of the points of the compass. West of thee, etc. Chapter 175. Chapter of Not Dying a Second Death in the Netherworld. O Thoth 1. What has become of the children of Nut? They have stirred up hostilities, they have raised storms, they have committed iniquity, they have raised rebellion, they have perpetrated murder, they have done oppression, and thus have acted, the strong against the weak, in all that they have done to me. Grant, O Thoth, what Tmu hath decreed. Thou seest not the iniquities, thou art not pained at their attacks upon the years, and their invasions upon the months, because they have done their mischiefs in secret. I am thy pallet, O Thoth, and I bring to thee thine inkstand. I am not one of those who do mischief in secret. Let not mischief be done unto me. O Tmu, what is this place to which I have journeyed? For it is without water and without air. It is all abyss, utter darkness, sheer perplexity. One liveth here in peace of heart. There is no pleasure of love here. Let there be granted to me glory instead of water, air, and pleasures of love, and peace of heart instead of bread and beer. Decree this, Tmu, that if I see thy face I shall not be pained by thy sufferings. 2. Tmu decrees, behold, the great gods have given him this mission. He will reign on his throne, and he will inherit his throne in the Isle of Fire. And for thee I decree that the god may see him as his second self, and that my face may see thy face. My lord Tmu, what is the duration of my life? Thou art for eternities of eternities, the duration of endless years, and behold, I am going to deface all I have done. This earth will become water, an inundation as it was in the beginning. I will remain with Osiris, and I will make my form like another serpent, whom no man will know, and no god will see. It is good what I have done to Osiris, who is exalted above all the gods. I have given him the power in the region of the Netherworld, and his son Horus will inherit his throne in the Isle of Flame. I will make his throne in the boat of millions of years. Horus is well established on his seat in order that he may take possession of his place of rest. Also I send a soul to Sut in the west, who is exalted above all gods, and I have caused his soul to be guarded in the boat, so that he may feel reverential fear of the divine body. Osiris. O my father Osiris, I have done for thee what thy father Ra did for thee. Let me have increase upon earth, let me keep my dwelling place, let my air be vigorous, let my sepulchre flourish and my dependence upon earth. Let all my adversaries be crushed to pieces with Selkut, the scorpion goddess, over their ruin. I am thy son, O my father Ra, thou hast been the cause of this life, health, and strength. Horus is established upon his throne. Grant that my duration of life may be that of one who attains beatitude. 3. Notes. The translation and notes of this chapter, except what is in brackets, are Renouf's work. They are taken from the introduction he published to his edition of the Papyrus of Ani, p. 16. The vignette represents the deceased and his wife worshipping Thoth. This chapter is found in the Papyrus of Ani and at greater length in a papyrus of the Museum of Leyden, from which it has been copied by Naville into his edition. The Leyden text is unfortunately very incomplete, both in the upper and lower parts of the columns. The two texts differ very materially in some of their readings, and will require considerable study before a satisfactory translation can be given. 1. The deceased is evidently supposed to be just arrived in a place of utter darkness and desolation, and expresses his feelings of distress to Thoth in the opening address. 2. The text of Leyden is much more complete. Owing probably to want of space, the scribe of Ani has shortened his text. There the omissions are so considerable that it is impossible to find a sense. I have often adopted the reading of the Leyden papyrus in the translation of this part of the chapter. 3. The remaining columns in the Leyden manuscript, although incomplete, enable us to see that the deceased is assimilated throughout to Osiris, as born again in his son Horus. There is a cry of adoration to him in Sutenhenen, and exultation in NRF. The whole cycle of the gods is filled with satisfaction at seeing him inherit his throne and rule over the earth. Sut is filled with terror when he sees the change which has taken place. The different generations of mankind, the past, the present, and the future, are in obeisance. Mention is made of the hoeing, and of the blood which flowed in Sutenhenen, an allusion to the myth of the destruction of mankind, and of other particulars in connection with Osiris. And the chapter is said to be recited over an image of Horus made of lapis lazuli, or blue material, and placed at the throat of the deceased. It is also to be recited in the Netherworld. Chapter 176. Chapter of not dying a second time in the Netherworld. I execrate the land of the East. I do not go to the dungeon, for I have not done those things which are forbidden by the gods. For I have passed through the place of purification in the middle of the Mescat. 1. The inviolate God has given me his glorious attributes on the day when the two earths were united in the presence of the Master of all things. He who knows this chapter is a mighty Chu in the Netherworld. Notes. A short chapter found in one papyrus only, and consisting of a few sentences taken from various chapters. 1c Note 19, Chapter 17. Chapter 177. Chapter of raising the Chu, of vivifying his soul in the Netherworld. O Nut, who created the Father out of his earth 1. And Horus after him, who bound his wings as to a hawk and his feathers like Kemhesu. 2. Who brought him his soul, and who perfected his words, who showed him his abode in the presence of the stars, the occupiers of the sky, for he is the great star of Nut. Thou seest en uttering words to the glorified, for he is the great form who will not rule over them if thou art not among them. Thou seest the head of En as a Ba 3. Ram, his horns are like those of a sacrificed victim, those of a black ram, born of the ewe who bare him, and suckled by 4 sheep. There came to thee Horus with blue eyes. Do thou guard Horus with red eyes in his sickness and in his wrath. Let his soul not be opposed. Let his messengers come to him, and his quick runners 4. Hasten to him. Let them come on the west side, and one by one march towards thee. The God has said this. Thy words are those of the Father of the gods. 5. Thy name will be triumphant before the gods. They exalt thee, and the cycle of the gods give thee their hands. Said by the God to the Father of the gods, take possession of the door of the Ka on the horizon, let them throw open their gates. Thou art welcome to them, do thou prevail over them, let them advance towards the God. 6. When they come out they raise their faces, they see him before the great God Amsu. Thy head, I have raised for thee thy head, take possession of it. His head has perished behind thee, thy head will not perish, and what thou hast done before men and gods will not be destroyed. Notes. This chapter is found in the Pyramid of Unas, LL. 360-1376, where the text is not much better than in the Papyrus London 9900. 1. I believe this obscure expression means Osiris. 2. A form of Horus represented as a crouching hawk, with 2 feathers on his head, Renouf, Lifework, Volume Roman 3, p. 236. 3. Though is written by a bird with a human head, it applies to the soul represented by a ram. See vignettes to Chapter 85. 4. Evidently, the word of the inscription of the destruction of mankind, where it refers to the messengers. 5. Means properly a hunter, a man of the field, which would have no sense here. Unas reads the Divine Fathers. Adopting the reading of Unas in the singular, I read the Father of the gods, probably Seb, who is mentioned a little further in the text of the pyramid. 6. Lacony. Chapter 178. Chapter of raising the body, of giving it eyes, of making it possess ears, of fixing its head, of putting it on its base. Thou hast received the eye of Horus. 1. Thy table is a table of offerings. Hail, Hanu, lift up thy heart to purify thy body. They have eaten the eye of Horus, the olive of Heliopolis. 2. They destroy what is wrong in the body of Osiris. 3. The mouth of En had been thirsty, but he will never hunger any more. En will never thirst, for Chaz delivers him and does away with hunger. O you who fill the vases, you chiefs who distribute bread and cakes, and who have charge of the water flood. There was ordered for En bread and beer, Ra himself ordered them. He ordered them to those who fill the year with plenty. They seize them the gifts, and they give him his wheat, his barley, his loaves, for he is the great bull. Grant to En the charge of the 5 loaves in the funerary chapel. There are 3 in heaven for Ra. There are 2 on earth for the cycle of the gods, and Nu sees them. O Ra, be gracious to En in this happy day when En joined Shu and Isis, and when he was united to Nekhibit. 4. They give bread and beer to En, and they do all the things good and pure in this happy day, the things of Tum, bringing him the things of the eye of Horus, whenever he arrives to see the god. Thou takest possession of water, and thou marchest towards the altar of Sashert. 4 measures of water, as was commanded by Osiris to En-Shu has handed over his wealth to En. They are thy bread and thy beer. Awake, lofty judge, awake, thou sleeper, awake from thy offerings are brought before Thoth and Horus, who comes out from the Nile, and Apuet who comes out of Assert. It is pure, the mouth of En. The cycle of the gods offers incense to the mouth of En. His mouth is pure verily, and his tongue in his mouth, for En hates filth. He is washed from impurity as Sut is washed in the city of the Rehui when he goes with Thoth to heaven. Feed En with you, let him eat what you eat, drink as you drink, sit as you sit, be mighty as you are mighty, navigate as you navigate. The tent of En is woven in the field of Aru, his running water is in the garden of Hopit. Offerings are made to him among the gods, the drink of En is the wine of Ra. He goes round the sky like Ra, he travels over the sky like Thoth. En execrates hunger, he does not eat feel it, he execrates thirst. En has received bread from the Lord of eternity. He ordered that En should be conceived in the night and born in the morning, close to the follower of Ra, before the morning star. En was conceived of En and born of En. He brings you the loaves which he found in the pupil of the eye of Horus, on the bough of the Tenu tree. When he came, Kentu Amenta brought him the victuals and the offerings of Horus in his abodes where he lives of them. En lives of them, as Horus drinks, En drinks, his food is on the altar of Sashert. En is welcome to Anubis on his mountain. Hail En, thy figure is that which thou hadst on earth, thou art living and renewed every day. Thy face is unveiled, and thou seest the Lord of the horizon. He gives bread to En at his hour of the day, and at his appointed time in the night. Horus has avenged thee, he has smashed the jawbones of thy enemies, he has smitten the violent one at the door of his fortress. Hail En, thine enemies are no more, in the great hall the scales are right concerning thee, thou makest long strides like Osiris 5. The Lord of the arrivals in the Amenta. He arrives when he likes, he sees the great God in his creations, life is given to his nostrils, he is triumphant over his enemies. Hail, and thou hatest falsehood, thou propitiatest the Lord of all things in the night of stopping the tears. Thou receivest sweet life from the mouth of the cycle of the gods, and Thoth is satisfied in giving thee victory over thine enemies. Nut spreads her wings over thee in her name of the veil of the sky, she giveth thee to be in the following of the great God, thine enemies are no more. She delivers thee of all evil things in her name of Numachuret, for she is the great one among her children. O chief of the hours in front of Ra, make way for En that he may arrive into the circle of Osiris, the living Lord of the two earths, who lives eternally. En is in the following of Nefertmu, he is the lotus at the nostrils of Ra, he is pure in the presence of the gods, he sees Ra eternally. Notes: this chapter, taken from London 9900, is found complete in the Pyramid of Unas L166 ff. 4 other pyramids, those of Teta, Pepi I Marinra, and Pepi Roman II, contain the greatest part of it, as also does a stele of the Zeeth dynasty found in Abydos and belonging to a man called Nehi. Hatshepsut had it copied on both sides of the chamber of offerings specially dedicated to her, Deir el-Bahari, Volume Roman 4, PL, 6 Roman 13, and P8. In the pyramids as well as at the temple, this text is connected with offerings. The representation in the temple may be considered as the vignette to this chapter. We see there the queen sitting before an altar of offerings called 1. The Eye of Horus, a generic term applied to a great number of offerings. 2. There is much confusion in the first lines of this chapter. 3. Text evidently incorrect. 4. Taken from Unas. 5. I read Lepsius taught 148.3 title to chapter 180, to make long strides means to go about freely. 6. Formula inscribed on the coffin of King Mycerinus in the British Museum and on many coffins of the New Empire, especially under the Sates. Chapter 179. Chapter of coming forth when going out of yesterday, 1, and coming in the present day, being equipped by one's own hands. I am raised from yesterday, I come today, I come out of my own creations. I am the sap coming out of its tree, I am the flow coming out of its form, for I stand before the Lord of the white crown, I am gracious. My words are well established before the Lord of the red crown, he who avenges, too, his eye. I died yesterday, but I come today. 3. I made my way towards the doorkeeper of the great God. I come forth by day against my enemy. I triumph over him forever. He is given me, and he will not be rescued from my hand. He will dwindle away in my possession, before the great circle of gods in the Netherworld. I have been given the diadem of the great goddess which is on the head of the shadow, and on the figure of the living gods. I have made my way. My enemy is brought to me. He is given me, and he will not be rescued from my hand. He will dwindle away in my possession, before the circle of gods of Osiris in his festival, when the inhabitants of the Amenta. 4. In his name of. I am the Lord of the Red Ones in the day of the births. I am the master of the sword. It will not be taken away from me. I am in my bower. I have the sweet juice from my palm trees. They bring me what is agreeable to my heart. I come forth in the day against this my enemy. When he is brought to me, I triumph over him. He will not be rescued from my hand. He will dwindle away in my possession in the presence of the great circle of gods in Totsert, and the Queen of the Souls, the Most Mighty. I rest in the garden of Hotbit, according to the commands of the lords of Cheraba. My figure is high in the presence of the Most Mighty. I am strong. I rest in the aisles of the garden of Aru. Notes. This chapter is found in 2 papyri only, London 9900 AH, and the Papyrus of Nu. This last text differs considerably from the first at the end of the chapter. The translation is made from AH, with occasional references to Nu. 1. The explanation of this curious expression is given by the words of Nu. I died yesterday, but I come today. Yesterday is the past, is death, whereas this day, the present day, is life. Leaving what has been and coming to what is only a figure meaning resurrection after death. 2. I have kept Renouf's translation, although I consider it is erroneous. The word means reconstitute, restore, and not avenge. The common expression, Horus the avenger of his father, should be translated, Horus who reconstitutes the body of his father, torn to pieces by Sut. 3. These words are taken from the text of Nu. 4. In both papyri there are words omitted here. Chapter 180. Chapter of coming forth by day, of giving praise to Ra and the Amenta, of paying homage to the inhabitants of the Tuat, of opening the way to the mighty soul in the Netherworld, of letting him walk, lengthen his strides, and go in and out in the Netherworld, and take the form of a living soul. Ra sets as Osiris with all the splendor of the glorified and of the gods of the Amenta. For he is the one, the marvelous in the Tuat, the exalted soul in the Netherworld, a Neferu who exists forever and eternally. Hail to thee in the Tuat, thy son Horus rests in thee, thou speakest thy words to him. Grant him that he may be resplendent before the inhabitants of the Tuat, that he may be the great star, that he may bring what is his to the Tuat and may travel in it, he, the son of Ra proceeding from Tmu. Hail to thee in the Tuat, God seated upon his throne, who holdest thy scepter Hik, king of the Tuat and lord of Akita, great prince wearing the double diadem, great God who hides his dwelling, lord of wisdom, chief of his circle of gods. Hail to thee in the Tuat, praises also to what is in thee. 1. Hail to thee in the Tuat, the weeping gods cut their hair in thy honor, they clap their hands, they implore thee, they pray thee, they weep before thee. Thy soul rejoices and thy body is glorious. It is exalted, the soul of Ra in the Amenta, his body is blessed there. The powers praise him in the bounds of the Tuat, Teb-Tempt, 2. Who rests in his covering. Hail, Osiris, I am the servant of thy temple, the inhabitant of thy divine dwelling, thou speakest to me thy words. Give me to shine before the inhabitants of the Tuat like the great star who brings what is his to the Tuat, who journeys in it, he the son of Ra, proceeding from Tmu. I rest in the Tuat, I am the master of the dusk, I enter in there and I come out. The arms of Tatanen receive me, the blessed lift me up, stretch your arms towards me, for I know your gates. Guide me. Praise me, ye blessed ones, praise me, rejoice in me as in Ra, praise me like Osiris, for I have placed before you your offerings, and you take possession of your victuals, according to the orders Ra gave me. I am his favorite, I am his heir upon the earth, I have arrived. Ye blessed ones grant that I may enter the Tuat, open me the entrance to the good Amenta. I have presented the scepter to Sahu, and the Nems, 3, to him whose name is hidden. Look at me, ye blessed ones, divine guides in the Tuat. grant that I may receive thy glory, that I may shine like the God of mysteries. Deliver me from the gods of the pillory, who fasten to their posts. Do not bind me to your posts, do never send me to the place of destruction. I am the heir of Osiris, I receive the Nems in the Tuet. Look at me, I shine like one who proceeds from you. I become like him who praises his father and who extols him. Look at me, rejoice in me, grant that I may be exalted, that I may become like him who destroys his forms. Open the way to my soul, set me on your pedestals. Grant that I may rest in the good Amenta, show me my dwelling in the midst of you, open for me your ways, unfasten the bolts. O Ra, who guides this earth, for thou art guiding the powers and following the course of the gods. I am the guardian of his door who tows the navigating gods. I am the only one, the guardian of his door, he who puts the gods in their abodes. I am on my pedestal in the Tuet. I am the possessor among possessors, I am at the far end of the Tuet. I am the blessed one in the Akeda, and I make my resting place in the Amenta, among the powers and among the gods. I am the favorite of Ra. I am the mysterious Bennu who enters in peace in the Tuet and goes out of Nut in peace. I am the Lord of the Thrones 4. Above, traversing the horizon in the train of Ra. The offerings for me are in the sky in the field of Ra, and my portion on earth in the garden of Aru. I journey in the Tuet like Ra. I weigh the words like Thoth, I march as I will, I hasten in my course like Sahu the mysterious one, and I am born as the two gods. I am the chief of the bearers of offerings to the gods of the Tuet, who gives offerings to the glorified. I am the brave one who strikes his enemies. O ye gods, O ye glorified who precede Ra, and who escort his soul, tow me as you tow him, in the same way as you conduct Ra and tow those in the sky. I am the lofty power in the Amenta. Notes. The papyri give us 4 versions of this chapter. 2 of them are in London 9900 AH, but as they are both copied from the wrong side, they are of little use. Each of them had its own title. One was The Worshipping of Ra in the Good Amenta, The Praising of the Inhabitants of the Tuet, and the other, Chapter of Towing the Gods. The 2 other copies are, one in a papyrus in Paris and the other at Leyden. This chapter does not properly belong to the Book of the Dead. It is part of a book engraved at the entrance of nearly all the tombs of the kings, the so-called Litany of the Sun. This chapter is taken from the end of the book. The various paragraphs are not always in the same order as in the monumental text. There are abridgments and many omissions, which in the translation have been filled up from the text in the tombs. The papyrus of Leyden La has a vignette representing the deceased worshipping 2 gods. 1. Words taken from the text in the tombs of the kings. 2. The texts in the tomb mention here the god Tempt, who occurs there frequently, and who is quite unknown in the Book of the Dead. This god is often spoken of as being in a kind of oval case. The text here reads, which has no meaning. 3. The headdress worn by the sphinxes. 4. The tombs read here. Plate LXI. Book of the Dead. Chapter 181. Chapter of arriving before the divine circle of Osiris and before the gods, the guides in the Tuet, before the guards of their halls. 1. The heralds of their gates and the doorkeepers of their pylons in the Amenta, and of taking the form of a living soul and praising Osiris, the lord of his circle of gods. Hail to thee, Chento Amenta, Un-Neferu, lord of Tatsert, thou art shining like Ra. He himself comes to see thee, and he rejoices in seeing thy beauties. His disk is thy disk, his rays are thy rays, his diadem is thy diadem, his height is thy height, his splendor is thy splendor, his beauties are thy beauties, his might is thy might, his odor is thy odor. His width is thy width, his abode is thy abode, his throne is thy throne, his descendants is thy descendants, his judgment is thy judgment, his ament is thy ament. His wealth is thy wealth, his duration is thy duration, his creations are thy creations, such as he is such art thou, too. Such as thou art such as he. He shall not die, thou wilt not die. If he will not triumph over his enemies, thou wilt not triumph over his enemies. No evil things will happen to him, no evil things will happen to thee forever and ever. Hail, Osiris, son of Nut, lord of horns, wearing the high Adif crown, to whom the Ur diadem and the Hic scepter has been given in the presence of the cycle of the gods. Tum has raised the fear of his might in the hearts of mankind, of the gods, the glorified, and the dead. The royal power has been given him in Heliopolis. He is the great forms in Tadu, the lord of fear in his two abodes, the very brave one in Restau, he whose memory is pleasant in the palace, the very brilliant in Abydos. It has been given him to triumph before the whole cycle of the gods. He is mighty more than the great powers. The fear of him is over the whole earth. The three great ones stand on their shrines before him, the prince of the gods of the Tuat, the great power of the sky, the lord of the living, and the king of those who are therein. Thousands glorify him in Cheraba, the future ones rejoice in him. He receives the choicest meat offerings in the upper abodes. Haunches are presented to him in Memphis. The festival of the Eve's provender is celebrated to him in Shechem. He is the great, the mighty one. Thy son Horus avenges thee, he destroys all that is wrong in thee. He has fastened to thee thy flesh, he has set thy limbs and joined thy bones, he has brought thee. 4. Arise, Osiris, thy hands have been given thee, stand up living forever. Seb made a mark 5. On thy mouth, the great cycle of the gods protect thee. They come with thee towards the entrance of the hall of the Tuat. Thy mother Nut stretches her hand behind thee, she protects thee, she doubles her care for thee. 4. Of the children. The two sisters Isis and Nephthys come to thee, they fill thee with life, health, and strength, and all the joy which they possess. In thee, because of thee, they gather for thee all kind of good things within thy arms. The gods, the lords of the Ka, come near thee, as they praise thee forever. Happy art thou, Osiris, thou shinest brilliantly, thou art powerful, thou art glorified. Thy attributes have been fixed to thee, thou art like Anubis. Ra rejoiceth in thee, he is bound to thy beauty. Thou sittest on thy holy seat. Seb procures for thee what thou desirest to receive, it is on thy hands in the Amenta. Thou navigatest through the sky every day, thou leadest him, Ra, to his mother Nut, where he sits living in the Amenta, in the boat of Ra, every day. Thou art with Horus in order that the protection of Ra may be behind thee, and the glorious power of Thoth may cling to thee, and the health of Isis be within thy limbs. I have come to thee, Lord of Totsert, Osiris Chentuamenta, a Neferu, who lasts eternally and forever. My heart is right. My hands are pure. I have brought good things to my Lord and offerings to him who made them. I have come from afar to your abodes. I have done a good thing on earth. I have struck for thee thy enemies like bulls, and I have slaughtered them like victims. I have made them to fall down on their faces before thee. I am pure, thou art pure. I have purified thyself for thee in thy festival. I have dressed geese for thee on thy altar, for thy soul, for thy form, and for the gods and goddesses who follow thee. Whoever knows this book, no evil thing can have mastery over him. He is not driven away from the doors of the Tuat. When he goes in and out, he receives bread and beer and all good things before the inhabitants of the Tuat. Notes: this chapter is found in 2 papyri, one at Leyden and one at Naples. Its title begins like that of chapter 124. The first paragraphs are translated from the papyrus at Leyden, which stops suddenly, because the space allotted to the text, below the vignette, came to an end. From there the scribe passes over to the rubric. 1 C note to chapter 144. 2 C note 5, chapter 144. 3. The following is taken from the papyrus at Naples. 4. Lacony. 5. This is part of the funereal ceremonies. Is to touch the mouth or make a mark on it with the instrument called Schiaparelli, Libro dei Funerali, Volume I, p. 139. Chapter 182. Book of Vivifying 1. Osiris, of giving air to him whose heart is motionless, through the action of Thoth, who repels the enemies of Osiris who come there in his form 2. As protector, savior, defender in the Netherworld. It is said by Thoth himself, so that the morning light may shine on him, Osiris, every day. I am Thoth, the perfect scribe whose hands are pure, who opposes every evil deed, who writes justice and who execrates every wrong, he who is the writing reed of the inviolate God, the Lord of laws, whose words are written and whose words have dominion over the 2 earths. I am the Lord of justice, the witness of right before the gods. I direct the words so as to make the wronged victorious. I have dispelled darkness and driven away the storm. I have given the sweet breaths of the north to Osiris when he comes out of the womb which bare him. I give Ra to be setting as Osiris and Osiris to be setting as Ra. I give him to enter the mysterious cave in order to revive the heart of him whose heart is motionless, the exalted soul which is in the Amenta. Hail, acclamations to thee, God whose heart is motionless, Un-Neferu, the son of Nut. I am Thoth, the favorite of Ra, the very brave, who is beneficent to his father, the great magician in the boat of millions of years, the Lord of laws, who pacifies the two earths by the power of his wisdom, who drives away enmity and dispels quarrels, who does what is pleasing to Ra in his shrine. I am Thoth, who giveth Osiris victory over his enemies. I am Thoth, who prepares tomorrow and who foresees what will come afterwards. His action is not vain when he settles what is in the sky, the earth and the Tuet, and when he gives life to the future ones. I give breath to the hidden ones by the virtue of my speech. Osiris is triumphant against his enemies. I have come to the Lord of Thoth, Osiris the bull of the Amenta, who lasts forever. I give an eternal protection to thy limbs. I have come bearing the amulet in my hand. My protection is active every day. The living charm is behind him, behind this god, whose ka is glorious. The king of the Tuet, the prince of the Amenta, who takes hold of the sky, triumphantly on whom the Adif crown is established, who shines with the white diadem, who has seized the hook and the flail. Mighty is his soul, the great one of the Urer crown, who has united all the gods, the love of him penetrates their bodies, a Neferu who lasts forever and eternally. Hail to thee, Chento Amenta, who giveth birth to all human beings a second time, who is renewed in an instant, who is better than those who were before. Thy son Horus establishes thee on the pedestal of Tmu, thy face is perfect, Un-Neferu. Arise, bull of the Amenta, thou art established, well established in the womb of Nut. She replenishes thee with life and health when thou comest out of her. Thy heart is well established on its stands, and thy whole heart as at the beginning. Thy nose is vivified with the breath of life. Thou art living, renewed, made young like Ra every day. Thou art great and triumphant, Osiris, who has been revived. I am Thoth, I have calmed Horus, I have pacified the Rehiu in their moment of storm. I have come, I have washed away the red ones, I have calmed down the riotous, and I have struck him with all kinds of evil things. I am Thoth, I have celebrated the festival of Eve's provender in Sekhem. I am Thoth, I come every day from Putepu, I have directed the offerings, I have given cakes to the glorious ones who stretched forth their hands. I have avenged the arm of Osiris, I have embalmed it. I have made sweet its fragrance like good perfumes. I am Thoth, I come every day to Cheraba, I fasten the tackle, I let the boat go, I brought it from east to west. I am higher on my pedestal than any god, for my name is he who is high on his pedestal. I open the good roads in my name of Apuadu, I give the acclamations, and I throw myself down on the earth before Osiris Un-Neferu the eternal, the everlasting. Notes: Chapters 182 and 183 are hymns to Osiris very like each other, supposed to be pronounced by Thoth himself. Occasionally, it is difficult to distinguish whether the words are spoken by the god or the deceased. Chapter 182 is taken from Papyrus 10,010 in London. The vignette represents the mummy on the funeral bed, surrounded by several gods and genii. 1 See Note 2, Chapter 154. 2 A word is omitted there. Chapter 183. Adoration to Osiris, giving him praise, bowing down before Un-Neferu, falling on one's face before the Lord of Thoth, and exalting him who is on his sand. I have come to thee, son of Nut, Osiris, Prince everlasting. I am in the train of Thoth, I rejoice in all that he has done. He brings thee sweet breezes to thy nose, the breath of life to thy beautiful face, the wind coming out of Tmu to thy nostrils, Lord of Thoth. He grants that the morning light shine on thy body, he illuminateth thy path with his rays, he removeth all that is wrong in thy body by the virtue of his speech. He appeases the two gods, the two brothers, he drives away anger and quarrel, and he made the two recti, the two sisters, gracious unto thee, so that the two earths may be at peace before thee. He removes the displeasure out of their hearts, so that one embraces the other. Thy son Horus is triumphant before the whole cycle of gods. He has received the royal power on the earth, and his dominion over the whole earth. The throne of Seb has been imparted to him. The high dignity of Tmu is kept in record as his possession. engraved on a brick of iron, as was ordered by thy father Tatanen in his sanctuary. This God giveth thee to join him on the firmament, when he raiseth water on the mountains in order to make growth come forth on the mountains, and all growth spring out of the earth. He brings forth all products on water and on land. Thou hast handed over to thy son Horus all the gods of heaven and the gods of earth. They are his servants at his gates, and all that he has commanded is before them. They fulfill it at once. Thy heart is satisfied, thy heart, Lord of the gods, is overjoyed because of it. Egypt and the desert are at peace. They are the vassals of thy royal diadem. The temples and the cities are well ordered in their places. The cities and the provinces are his possession according to their names. They bring to thee tributes of offerings, and they make libations to thy name forever. Thou art called upon, and thy name is praised, thy kais gratified by funereal meals. The glorified who are in thy following sprinkle water on thy food by the side of the dead souls in this land. All thy thoughts are excellent like those of him who was at the beginning. Be crowned, son of Nut, as the inviolate God is crowned. Thou art living, thou art revived, thou art renewed, thou art perfect. Thy father Ra giveth health to all thy limbs, thy divine circle giveth thee praise. Isis is with thee, she will never leave thee before all thy enemies are struck down. All the lands praise thy beauties like Ra when he rises every morning. Thou art crowned like him who is high on his pedestal, thy beauties are exalted, thy strides are lengthened. Thou hast received the royal power of Seb, thy father who creates thy beauties. Thy mother gave existence to thy limbs, Nut who bare the gods bare thee to be the chief of the 5 gods. The white crown of the south is placed on thy head, thou seizest the hook and the flail. When thou wast still in the womb, before thou didst appear on earth, thou wast crowned to be lord of the 2 earths, the 8th crown of Ra was on thy head. The gods come to thee, bowing down, the fear of thee possesses them, they see thee with the might of Ra, and the valor of thy majesty fills their hearts. Life is with thee, abundance is attached to thee. I offer Mot before thee, grant that I may be in the train of thy majesty like one who is on the earth. May thy name be called upon, may it be found among the just ones. I have come to the city of this God, to the city of God, to the region of old time. My soul, my Ka, my Chu are in this land. The God of it is the Lord of justice, the Lord of abundance, the great and the venerable one, who is towed through the whole earth. He journeys to the south in his boat, and to the north driven by the winds and his oars, to be entertained with gifts according to the command of the God, the Lord of peace therein, who left me free of care. The God therein rejoices in him who practices justice. He grants an old age to him who has done so. He is beloved, and the end of it is a good burial and a sepulture in Totsert. I have come to thee. My hands bring Mot, my heart does not contain any falsehood. I offer thee Mot before thy face, I know her, I swear by her. I have done no evil thing on earth, I have never wronged a man of his property. I am Thoth, the perfect and pure writer, my hands are pure. I have put away all evil things, I write justice and I hate evil, for I am the writing reed of the inviolate God, who utters his words, and whose words are written in the 2 earths. I am Thoth, the Lord of justice, who giveth victory to him who is injured and who taketh the defense of the oppressed, of him who is wronged in his property. I have dispelled darkness. I have driven away the storm. I have given air to Neferu and the sweet breezes of the north when he comes out of the womb of his mother. I have given him to enter into the mysterious cave where is revived the heart of the God whose heart is motionless, Neferu, the son of Nut, the victorious. Note: this hymn is taken from the Papyrus of Neferu in London. See Note 1 in Chapter 1. Plate Elzai. Book of the Dead. Chapter 184, Chapter of Being Near Osiris. There is not much more than the vignette left, only 2 or 3 words remain. They are taken from a papyrus in Paris. Chapter 185. Giving praise to Osiris, falling on the earth before the Lord of eternity, propitiating the God with what he loves, speaking the truth, the Lord of which is not known. Hail to thee, venerable God, great and beneficent Prince of eternity, in his abode in the Sectet boat. Acclamations are given him in the sky and on earth. He is exalted by the past and present. Great is the fear he inspires in the hearts of men, of the glorified and of the dead. His soul was given him in Tadu, his might in Heracleopolis, his image in Heliopolis, and his power over forms 1. in the double sanctuary. I have come to thee, my heart holds right, my heart contains no falsehood. Give me to be among the living, to navigate up and down in thy train. Notes: I have given number 185 to a hymn to Osiris, with which many papyri begin, but which occasionally comes just before the representation of the cow in the West. There seems to have been no canonical text for that hymn, in which the writer was left to follow his imagination. The hymn here given is one of the most complete. It is taken from the papyrus of Sutimes in Paris. The vignette represents always Osiris in a shrine, with worshippers before him. 1 lit, his greatness of forms. I suppose it means his power of taking all the forms he likes. Chapter 186. Adoration to Hathor, the Lady of the West, falling down before Mehurit. I have come to thee, to see thy beauties. Give me to be at the head of thy followers and among thy divine attendants. Notes: a great many papyri end with a picture representing Hathor of the West, in company of the goddess Thuris coming out of the mountain where the burial is to take place. The text, which is generally very corrupt, as if the writer had neglected the words for the picture, is an adoration to Hathor, which varies in its form. The text here translated is taken from a papyrus at Leyden. The vignette is taken from the papyrus of Ani.